All right, we should be 1080p now. Leave this on the tube, pop it out. Right there, beautiful. Yeah, the thing is that Facebook doesn't support 1080p, or maybe they do, but it's like I have to apply or something. StreamYard also has this thing for yeah, StreamYard also says that you can stream on LinkedIn, which I've never heard of before, but apparently you can. However, you need to apply for something special. So actually, let me change my default text size as well. And let's just go editor font. Is this big enough for you guys to see? All right, so let's go ahead and check this out. So we are reviewing a PR about the download functionality for Mac. And all right, so let's see what the changes were. This was the issue, and these were the changes, and that is, okay. Before it just said open the app, and now it says open the app and a link to the App Store. So open the app. If you see an error because the account manager app is not from the App Store, check out these instructions to allow the install. So safely open apps. Okay, very cool. And all right, so here is the thing. So Zeus Lawyer put up this PR, and there wasn't an underlying issue before. Typically what happens is an issue or a bug gets created first, and something like this, whenever it gets created, that there's a little reward attached to it, and that means whoever completes this gets this reward. So Ian submitted this, for example, and then this name doesn't really translate over to English. Not Kristen or Tristan, Christian, I believe he said in his native language. But essentially, once these issues or tickets are created, then anyone can pick it up. So it looks like, for example, James was assigned this one, and then whenever he submits it, James would get this reward. Now, I mentioned all this because there was no underlying issue. However, I don't even know if Zeus has an account number, but either way, let's put a reward on this. We'll label it, let's say 500. It was just one sentence. And then this looks good. Just double checking. Make sure to run prettier. Any changes, push them up. No changes detected. Beautiful. And if that's good to go, then this baby's ready to be merged in. Actually, let me just... Okay. And also, merging in development, I like to squash and merge as well, so you don't get all these lingering commits. One file change, squash, merge, tomato, good to go. All right, one PR down. And then let me go and check this out. Development, check it out. Check it out, check it out, check it out. And let's just get rid of some of these. Delete this. Delete this. And, oh yeah, you know where this is going. Delete this. Clear. And on to the next one. Actually, let me refresh that. Okay, what do we got next? Refresh this. So I like to start oldest to newest, and this one I mentioned and reviewed earlier. Fixed download page only to fetch latest release. I believe this was fixed as well. Oh, I know what this is. Okay, so let's look at this underlying issue. So, okay, the download page fetches all releases. And just to give you some overview on this one, let me bump this up. So on the New Boston, we have hold on, got a cough. Okay, there we go. Good morning to you. Okay, so on the New Boston, if you go to the download page and you can inspect in your network, let's see what's going on. Whenever you hit refresh, you have releases, and then, yep, all right. So this, let me maybe pop it down. All right. So essentially what's happening is whenever we push out a new release for the account manager, and where you at, account manager? All right, so whenever we push out a new release for the account manager, which is the desktop client for the New Boston Digital Currency Network, what happens is through GitHub Actions, it's going to build a new release. So you can see that this one is Alpha 28, 29, 30, 31, and that essentially we always want this button to be able to download the latest release, which of course, as we just saw, was Alpha 31. Now, let me clean this up a little bit. All right, so that's what's going on. So what we do is we essentially fetch this information from GitHub. Pull this up a little bit so you can see. So GitHub has an API where you can fetch all the releases for the account manager, and what that returns is all this data. However, someone created issues saying instead of fetching everything, that you only really need to fetch the last one, which is true. So let's go ahead and... All right, so first things first, let's go ahead and read through this issue to make sure that the PR is going to hit all of these requirements. So, okay, pretty much what I just said. Download page fetches everything where you really only need the last one, at least on this page. This is what we just did to recreate. Pretty much just see that it's fetching more data than needed. And solution right now seems to be pagination. All releases are fetched. All right, let's see this convo. Various versions. I think this was done so users can... Ooh, that's another good consideration. Okay, so before even looking at GitHub API, so the goal of this issue is essentially to filter out so you only need that most recent one. However, on the UI, are we planning to give them a list of like all previous releases? Just because if they update their app and there's a bug, they may want to revert to another one. So, all right, screen's a bit too small still. How's this? Actually, before I continue with any of this, let's get my stream screen settings set. So first, is this text good? This text size on GitHub? Second, while you guys are discussing that, is this text size good for my editor? No, it's not big enough. Is that what you guys are saying? It needs to be bigger. This? Almost? Wow, this is pretty jumbo. All right, what about this? Let's do this. All right, 1, 2, or 3. Website is good, but Text editor is small. IDE font size could be bigger. Okay, let's make it bigger then. All right, so preferences. Let's go 24. Ooh, that is a bit jumbo for me. Let's go 20 and see where that gets us. So containers, let's just go accounts, index. All right, what about this for font size? All right, 2 and 3. 2 and 3 is good. All right, so the website seems pretty good. Is this decent for IDE? Overlap your webcam over the window. I'm actually not sure how to do that on StreamYard. Can I actually do this? Yeah, I got limited layouts here. So I got this, but then my face ain't in there. Maybe you guys just want to see this. All right, 1 or 2 higher on the IDE. Definitely not that. OBS is better, but OBS fries my computer, unfortunately. Solo layout, a little limited here. All right. So let's keep this for now, and then I'll keep an eye on the chat. All right, so what do we got here? Download paid finishes all releases. Pagination, and okay. So let's see how we're doing this right now. Finding query parameters for this request. Okay, so let's do this. So on the download page, let's just check it out. So download index, and what do we got going on here? First, we probably don't need this. Give us a little bit more space. All right, so in the download component, we match OS, releases. How do we populate releases? Okay, so in use effect, we're gonna make a request whenever the component first loads, pretty much the equivalent of mounts. And we are going to fetch GitHub releases. And what this does is, all right, so here's one issue, that it's fetching all the releases. And then what it's doing after it gets the results is it's stripping out the tag name. And let's see. So, all right, it's filtering the tag names, which is like v1.0.0-alpha31. And then with the tag name, it's replacing pretty much everything but the version number in alpha version. And then it is saying that is the version. And I'm assuming now that we have a returned list that has the alpha version in a more standardized format, then when we set releases, those are going to be included in releases. And here we go. So the latest release number is essentially the max of all of those alpha versions. And then, oh, my laptop updated Big Sur. Very cool. Actually, 1 second. Let me do something. All right, so right now I'm working on the website, just the New Boston website, trying to limit the amount of data that comes back whenever we fetch the releases. So what we have is we're fetching data from GitHub and then we're filtering it by release number. And then I'm guessing that they use this latest release number. Yeah. Whenever forming those download links. And one second, I just updated my laptop to Big Sur and it's asking me a bunch of questions right now. By the way, text editor I'm rocking is WebStorm by JetBrains. I love it. Improve Siri, not now. Hey, by the way, if everyone or if anyone out there knows on StreamYard how I can put the screen big and then my image in the bottom right or anything, then let me know, since I was kind of limited on the layout options, but okay. So now that we saw the basic overview of how this system's pieced together, we need to ask ourselves, do we actually want to limit the amount of data it fetches? So later on, we may decide to list all the previous releases since users may want to download one of those. However, we don't have that now, but how would we get the latest? So I assume the latest would just be by date. So let's look at GitHub's API for releases. All right, so now that we saw the issue, let's roll through this. So this can be improved by query string. And what is this package? So this will get the query string and be able to parse it. However, it won't. Yeah, the issue with this is you don't actually know which version you're fetching, because the website always wants to just get the latest version. So it's not like a known filter that you can pass in. However, let's see if we can do something like this. The GitHub API for releases. Yeah, what I'm going to try to do is look at the, actually, let me do it in here. So I'm going to look at the releases API and list releases, and let's see if they have any. Okay. So this has pagination, but I'm wondering what the order of this is. I'm looking if anyone gave me any comments on the chat right now. Yeah, so that's what I'm trying to do, not ask for all the releases, but rather just a subset of them. However, I really just want to order it by the most recent first, and then just get one. All right, so this release ID I don't believe is known, so we can't really do that. All right, get the latest release. So this is looking good. So for the latest published full release for the repository, the latest release is the most recent non-pre-release, non-draft release. Okay, might have an issue here as well. Since this is a pre-release, let me just check. Yeah, so these are all pre-releases since we're still in alpha, which is unfortunate because if it wasn't pre-release, then we could just use this. But what are you going to do? Now, by tag name, don't know the tag. All right, let's see if we got anything up here. Yeah, so this is really what we were looking for. However, we were limited with this because we are in pre-release, and part of this endpoint logic already, which we can't change because it's on GitHub's backend, is the most recent non-pre-release. So I think we're kind of limited right now. And George asks, any options by date? Yeah, that's another thing where if we can just sort by date, we can just do most recent to oldest and then maybe get one. But let's see what you can pass in. Yeah, I don't know if you can do query params. Maybe. So you can pass in page number, but I'm not even sure how these are sorted by default, since I just don't want page one if it's only going to come with like the 10 most, the oldest or whatever. Interesting. Okay, so I'm not sure. All right, so what was the solution actually? Fix download page effect, fix the latest release, and then okay, so this is amount one they're passing in, but I wonder if this is. And let's view it like this since we're on since we got everything jumbled up. All right, so fetch GitHub releases, passing in amount one to that, and then the amount fetch GitHub release params. So these are params which are essentially just gonna pass that data along, it appears. So page one per page. All right, let's just check this out. I think you might need to make an overlay for StreamYard. I'm not sure how to do that actually. All right, so this one is FF Petrovic and bug fix 850. So going to go to these sweet PRs over here. Want to clear this out and origin back to list. This is Petrovic right here. So I'm going to check this out, check it out, close this. And what files do we have? All right, so containers download. So we got this bad boy and then utils GitHub. All right, and we got TypeScript. Nope. All right, we're good. Yeah, another cool thing is, well, first of all, what's the issue here? All right, some issues with TypeScript and WebStorm. So this is another thing that I learned. However, we'll see how out of date this PR is. Wait, what is this? All right, I never code damn 500. I don't know what this is, but fuck you. All right, can someone explain what this is first of all? Codam has an orange card. What is this thing? Bucky, wish you the best of luck with the new Boston in the future. Looking sharp with a clean cut. Well, thank you, Code. And why is it posted under Narmeen? Using tuna for my tutorials. 500 Indian rupees. A donation. Okay, this is cool. This is my first donation. I didn't even know I had donations enabled, but code damn. All right. Code damn. Thank you. Very first donation. Best of luck with the new Boston in the future. Looking sharp with a clean cut. Well, thank you. That's definitely better than everyone else calling me egghead or whatever. But thank you, Code damn. Very cool. I'm so excited now. All right. All right. So containers, download, index. Whenever I see this, and it happens a lot with WebStorm, what I saw that in this little TypeScript, if you go here and you restart TypeScript services, then it'll essentially like refresh it. I know that's an annoying thing for a lot of people. All right, 500 Indian rupees. Still pumped about that. But there we go. And for this, this happens just sometimes, need a refresh, but check it out. Failed to compile, working on you. Oh yeah, Codam. I know your channel. I'm actually subscribed to you. I think I have a link to you on my recommended subscribers. But yeah, I check out your channel. And by the way, everyone, do check out Codam's channel. He has some really nice quality videos, really awesome content. And what is this? Carousel React helmet. Actually, let's check out Codam's channel right now. Oh yeah, I remember. Yeah, I watched this as well. The new Boston is back. I'm digging the hat too. What the heck is going on? All right, Codam 200, number one fan. This is tough. This may be the actual number one fan. It's tough to say. All right, Danny calling me an egghead. Your videos are what got me in programming. Ultimately, my job. Thanks. Glad you're back on YouTube. Have a good one. Well, thank you, Danny. Okay, we got Danny 10846. Man, this is okay. Unexpected. Very cool. Garling said, will you be posting other tutorials on this channel or will it just be blockchain related? Yes, good question. We are going to be posting lots of different content, not just blockchain related. So I am just making digital currency tutorials now and probably this week because a lot of people joining the project just need to know kind of how everything works, what it's all about. However, after this, I'm flying back to see my family in about a week. And then I am not going to have my computer, so I'm not going to be able to record through the Christmas vacation. But then after that, and actually during vacation, I'm just going to do writing tutorials. And believe it or not, whenever I create tutorials, the writing and scripting is what takes up the majority of the time, just because I have to go through, plan everything out, write each step just to make sure I don't miss any content. But once I have them written, recording is very quick since there's not a whole lot of editing that you need to do or like adjust colors whenever you're just recording your computer screen. But yes, probably another week of digital currency related videos. And then in 2021, it's basically going to be all back to basics. Needs more tuna? I agree. Start back the vlog. This is something they were requesting yesterday. The thing about that is I really don't have anything to vlog about. I'm pretty much in quarantine mode. So, life isn't too exciting for me from a vlog perspective. So I guess streams will just substitute that for now. All right, let me actually set this up. Clean up my UI a little bit. Good old podcast. I could do that. And let me just quit this so you guys aren't seeing this pop up in. All right, so I have my Slack open on my laptop so you guys don't have to see all my private messages. And this, checking messages, yada, yada. All right, so back to basics. I mean, just teaching non-blockchain related tutorials. So just getting back to what I was doing, teaching programming, software development. On the agenda, we have AWS that I want to teach, Docker. A lot of people were requesting machine learning. And aside from that, if you actually check out my Twitter, I recently asked, what do you guys want to learn in 2021? And a lot of people responded, and we went through and we took tallies and kind of saw the most popular votes. So after those initial series on Docker, AWS, Flutter is another one that's coming soon. Then we're essentially just going to go to you guys and ask what you want to learn next. So it's really up to you guys what kind of content we have in 2021. Just want to get these digital currency tutorials out of the way first. And yes, infographics, that's another thing where Um, Surprisingly, a lot of people did want to watch Python in Django, even though I thought you would be Python out since I taught a lot of Python already. But I mean, yeah, I'm trying to talk and read all these at the same time. All right. Are the AWS certs any good for actually getting on with Amazon? So uh, I'm actually not sure about getting on with Amazon, but AWS certifications are really good if you want to get into cloud computing, or if any company is looking for DevOps and they use AWS, which is the main cloud provider. So they are definitely useful, I would say. All right. Deep learning. Yeah, deep learning, AI, machine learning. That was another popular one. But now let's get back to this real quick. So the error message I'm getting right now looks to be resolve React helmet in that source components page title. So source components page title. Where you at? Where you at? All right, and that is because this, which is interesting, do we not have React helmet installed anymore? Man, why does this keep pushing up? It's really annoying. If anyone can let me know why this TS config keeps changing from React to React JSX, I really appreciate that. But let's just do git rollback this bad boy. Python suck. Okay, interesting. Now let's go to package.json. Make sure we got React helmet. All right, we got React helmet here. This is interesting. So maybe what we just need to do is this. Merge in the current. Push up those changes and boom roasted, peanut butter toasted, good to go. So website PR, just go ahead and refresh this. He farting. No, it's this. Sounds like a fart. Does it though? Maybe a little mouse fart. All right, so let's see if this builds. Yep, so I just merged development back in here since this PR hasn't been updated in a while. But now let's get back to it. A little distracting. Okay, React 17 will change your TS config automatically. Oh, that is interesting. Didn't know that. I wonder what version of React we're rocking with here. So we're on a React 16 right now. Maybe it's 16? All right. Are you a Trump guy? I'm curious. I actually do not like, or not that I don't like, I just am not really active in politics at all. I know I should be. It matters. Your opinion, this and that, but time thing. Okay. So this query param utils GitHub. All right, let's get down to business. So minimize this and fetch GitHub releases. So the query params are page number 1 per page 1. I'm still not sure of the ordering of this, but let's see. So since we have this, we can now just refresh it on the downloads page and we see, okay. So we got one release and it looks to be the latest one. So that's pretty cool. And then when you download it, let me just check my link. Okay, it is going to the most recent. So this does work. However, all right. Seems pretty hard to believe anyone can be neutral these days. Yeah, I wouldn't say I'm even neutral. It's since I feel like neutral, you would like weigh two candidates and decide, I agree on both. With me, it's I didn't even spend too much time looking into the candidates, just been involved with other stuff and um even what I know about the previous candidates, I'm not informed enough to make an intelligent decision. So, okay, so this is the amount. All right, so amount equals one. Amount is equal to one. Page query param. Amount. And I actually think there is a way that you can do this with Axios where it's something like this, where you pass in the query params as a second param or something along those lines. Well, let's see. Really hard to believe. Yeah, I guess it is kind of hard to believe nowadays how people can't be that opinionated. Another thing I never really liked is it always felt like with politics that people are buying into a bundle of beliefs, like a set of beliefs, rather than saying each individual issue. Like, oh, this one I like this candidate, but this one that. It's like Republican beliefs or Democrat beliefs. I don't know. I don't really want to get into politics since I know nothing about it and care probably even less. Um, Anything in the world that I feel strongly that needs change, I figured I can just work towards changing it myself. And yeah, for those reasons, that's pretty much my only thoughts on uh, politics. But all right, so let's look in Axios. So Axios, let me just do get. Yeah, having my text this big is a little bit. All right, here we go. This is what I was talking about. So in Axios, optionally the request could be also done like this. Okay, so as a second argument, you can have params, and then each of those. This is interesting though, because okay, I wonder what happens. All right, let's do this. Ooh, probably shouldn't name this params. Let's just do where does this go? So query params, and then this can get passed in as a second argument. And then instead of amount equals null. So let's say that if you have an amount, then you do this. If not, then you can just have empty params. And then if you do have an amount, then you can have page equal to 1. And then this is per page. That would be equal to amount. And now let me just prettier this up. Bucky, thank you so much for help all these years. We missed you. I'm really happy to see you back. I'm happy to see you back as well. All right, so check this out. And I just rewrote it this way since it's a little bit cleaner, where instead of hard coding these, let me make sure. So yes, you just put the straight up URL, and then that would be getting rid of this. We wouldn't need these little ticks. And all right, let me just comment this out. Don't want to delete it permanently yet, but essentially what would happen is this. So whenever they pass in amount, and I don't really like amount as well, since, hey, you know what? Maybe we can just pass in this. Fetch GitHub release params, amount number. Let's say this. Where, all right, so page is optional, and is this optional? All right, yeah, let's do this. So page is optional and per page is optional as well. And then what we do here is we can just pass in this object directly. So instead of amount one, so page one per page one, is this better though? GitHub release plan. Let me see. Actually, like naming it fetch. All right, let's just name it like this. So fetch GitHub release params. So it's going to be the entire object. Roll this in. Params looks good. And only if you have these, pass them in like that, and these get this. All right, so what this is essentially saying now, let me make sure everything's passed in correctly, is that these should be optional as well. This is another thing I'm struggling with, is do we want to pass them in optionally or not? Well, let's see if this is used anywhere else. Because if not, then we don't need all this optional stuff. All right, so we got utils. All right, so it's only used in here. So let's just do this. So fetch GitHub release params. Instead of this, since we already know that they are always going to be included, then query params doesn't need to check this. It'll already have it. Params equal that. And essentially what this results in is whatever gets passed in here, which are going to be your query params, just pass right through and they get formatted in params. And let's just name this query params as well. So these will be query params, and the type will be these types. I wonder if that's the best location to put it as well. GitHub issues, fetch GitHub releases. John Hubka, thank you for $2. You're king. Thanks, John. Nest folders. Project Struct and Coding United. All right. Thank you, Carter. There he is. Carter is the king of JavaScript library development. Carter has been helping out a ton and also going out of the way to build some widgets, which are very useful. So let's see. Yeah, project structure, real quick. We essentially have source, assets, which are all our like graphics, logos, and whatnot. Components are, all right, so let me run through this. So containers are the main components essentially only take primitive data for the majority of the time. Containers are a little bit smarter. They're like page layouts, have a little bit more logic. And after we have Redux hooked up, the goal is for containers to be any components that are hooked up to Redux, and then components to be pretty much anything that you can straight up memoize, all static primitive data. And data, this is just hard coded data that we have before we move things over to the API. Constants are just, constants for various things. Hooks, I'm sure you guys know what those are different kinds of custom hooks that we created. Styles. So with styling, these are our global styles. And then these styles apply to like everything site-wide, like font size, heading, tomato. And then with our other types of styles, let me see if I can find one. All right. So with our component specific styles, what we do is for each component, we have a directory named that just the component's name. And then the index is the main component itself, the code. And then in each of these, we import the related SCSS file, which gets compiled down in a CSS. And we actually have a specific naming convention on this as well. The basics of it is each component in each container has to have a unique name. And the reason for that is because if you had a component called A or avatar, and then you had a container called avatar, and then maybe in, let's say this loader, you had another one called avatar, then all of these avatar classes would be kind of bunched together. So they would be loaded in when you went to one page, but then you went to another page, those other ones would be loaded in. So yeah, as fast as I could describe the project layout in like 2 seconds, that's what's going on. But now let's go ahead and test this real quick. And let me make sure I'm running this compiled. Download and check it out. All right, so it looks like nothing went wrong. Console looking good. Network releases per page. And let me just tweak one thing just to make sure that this is working correctly. Let me just go page 2. Even though this isn't what we want, just want to make sure that I'm testing the right thing. And that is all right. Page 2, good to go. So page 1, page fetch GitHub releases, page number 1, number per page 1. Apparently it's auto sorted by time, which is exactly what we're looking for. Passing those as query params, and then whenever you're fetching your releases, instead of fetching all, then you can just fetch the latest. That is our type, fetch GitHub release params. And just one last thing I want to do is I want to make sure that there are no existing standards. And it looks like this is the only params. All right, so in terminal, let me just go npm run prettier. And then after I got all that nice and pretty, all right, so this is the issue and this is the pull request. Go to this conversation, refresh. All right, so this could be improved, so on and so forth. I merged development back into it. And all right. Fetches all releases when one will do. Let me see what Sanjeev said. I think this was done so users can choose from various versions at a later point in time. That is correct. However, I figure that later when the design comes and they can fetch from like previous versions, then we can just remove that. But for right now, we can keep it optimized. I don't like adding these things whenever it's a big revert, like we need to change a bunch of code. But in this case, since it will improve the performance, whenever we need to revert, we essentially just remove this and then this, and we're good to go. All right. It is sorted by time, but pre-release is also part of sorting. Oh, that's interesting. starts to pull out mushrooms. Okay, I think I missed the earlier comment there. And actually, after each one of these PRs, let me go ahead and read through some comments. So, not sure about fetching our versions, but it's not. Yes. All right. So good convos here where this is what we'll do for now. And then after release, there are more efficient ways to do all this. This can be refactored to use that before the first production or ready release. Okay. Looks like everyone's on the same page about everything. So actually, let me make sure. Push that up. And then what changes do we got? We got this looking good. And then we got this, which is looking good. All right. And then how would I describe this change? I would say formatting query program. Push this bad boy up. Commit and push, push, commit and push. Get out of here. Notification. And push that. Rust or Go tutorial series. Yes, those were two other things that are up on the menu. And all right. So pull request, this one. Formatting query params, and let's just do a little quick review. Got to be OCD about through this review. Looking good, looking good. And just going to test this out one more time. All right, it looks like it fetched only what it needed to, and this link is working. All right, we are good to go. So with that said, let me see this. So it's related to an issue. And let me make sure that this is closed. And it's linting. Actually, let me make sure it goes through this lint. And I believe we can do an npm run lint. A little sneak preview. All right, coding united with $1. I think I might have missed that one. All right, so looks like we have a couple linting issues, but these are actually from another feature, and this passed. So beautiful. Let's just make sure it's pointed at dev, which it should be, squash, and then merge that bad boy in. Okay, and then this should be closed as well. Beautiful. Now on to the next. So close all, check out development, and pulling this down should have some updates. I gotta say, I like programming with this little stream going on. It just feels more social. Let me just reboot that. All right, so a couple of good improvements to the website already. Feeling good. Don't need those docs anymore. And I do have a product meeting in a little bit. Maybe I can just get everyone on the product meeting to just join StreamYard, and we'll just stream that as well. That'd be cool. All right, so sudo is not needed for chmod command. Just a little correction. This annoyed me a bit to look at and is unnecessary. And that is sudo is not needed for this. Is sudo needed for it? So on this, all right. So whenever we do our deploy, we create a new user deploy and we gave them sudo commands. Okay, and I do see a little new line that got added. So let me just check this out as well. All right, sudo is not needed for chmod commands. Matthias, little corrections. So let's pull the latest of this. And then back to the list. Sudo not needed for chmod commands. Check this out. And what file was this? What's up, S Guy Tech? All right, source containers, download index, source containers, download index. And what was this? Banana. Interesting. All right. So it is this right here, apparently. And then where was that empty line? Empty line on 127 right before return null. Oh, it added the empty line. All right, that's cool. Little improvements, little by little. And then got some more TypeScript issues. Gonna need to restart this. Looks like those are good to go. And let me just run prettier. Do you not like GitHub dark theme? I'm just not used to it. If it started out in dark theme, I would prefer it. But I don't know, just familiar with the light theme. Another thing is that I actually saw a post on Reddit, I believe, that said, according to like color theory or something, that the GitHub dark theme was too dark and it wasn't very good for accessibility reasons. But yeah, to me, it just feels a little, I don't know, not digging it. Okay, let's see if those prettier changes fixed anything. Okay. And if everything is good to go, yeah, little by little. So this is not actually tied to an issue. And lots of these PRs should be tied to an issue, but this is so minor. Yeah, let's just squash this and merge it, and then I'll make sure in the project board. All right, so this is not PR 911. Let me revert this, or not revert it. So check out development, and then also in projects. And that's another thing. If you go to if you ever submit a PR and it has a reward tied to it, then if you go to projects and then you click website, I'll show you guys this real quick. So this is interesting to show on such a small screen. Let me just bump these down. All right, so design ready for engineering, PR, paid, done. Automated is done. And all right, so the PRs don't actually show in here since these are issues. So we are good to go. But yeah, what I was mentioning is that whenever you have a PR that you submitted and it's tied to an issue that you have a reward, it'll go from PR to review to done. And then once it's in done, the payments team will come and pick it up, send your payment, and then add a paid label right here. So if you're ever thinking like, okay, my PR was merged in and just waiting to be paid, you can kind of keep track of things right here. Also, first time, make sure that you include your count number in your PR so we know who to pay. What are you using to record your face cam? I am using a Logitech 1080p. It's like the most generic webcam on earth, like the most purchased one. And then for software, I'm using StreamYard. Nothing fancy or anything. What's up, Abuba? All right, let's go through here. Update documentation for connection request. Actually, let me bump this up. Or what's that, 175? All right, let's go through here and then run, refresh that, check it out. Okay, so DuckFam TV thinks 974, 967, 978 are the same issue. So let's see. All right, update. All right, so are these on the same? Yep. So update docs for confirmation valid connection request. Okay, update this, update primary validator, and this one's, I'm guessing, the bank. All right. So what a connection request is, I'll show you guys so you have some idea what's going on in this. I don't know if we have docs here, but check it out. Oh, do we not even have it? Oh, here it is. All right. So whenever one type of node wants to connect with another type of node, basically to say, hey, I exist on the network, so on and so forth, then you make a connection request. And whenever you make a connection request, you basically make a post request to that node and you give it your own IP information, your IP, your port and protocol, basically so that node knows where to reach out and connect. So then if the bank was sending this to the confirmation validator, it would send its own information. So the confirmation validator knew to reach out to this node, pull that information in, and then it would just compare some of this, like the node identifier, and then it would just add it to the bank's database. And it would do this for every node on the network, and that is how everything stays synced up and connected. So that's kind of a proactive thing that new nodes can go out and do. And in addition to that, these existing nodes can also crawl or clean, and that's a way that they can just sync up with the network as well. But with that said, let's just go ahead and go to connection requests and check it out. So this is just updating docs in this file change. Actually, let's check this out. All right, so yet they are different nodes, seem the same. All right, tested connection requests. They're all the same between bank and CV. I can send connection requests outside the node to the target node. PV won't send connection requests. It receives connection requests from bank and CV. And this is correct as well. So the PV, primary validator for the network, it doesn't send connection requests because it doesn't need to. It's the single source of truth on the network, and all other nodes reach out and connect to it. So it just has no reason to ever send a connection request since it knows about the entire network at all times anyways. So anyways, let's read through this. PV won't send connection requests. It receives connection requests from bank and CV. That's correct. Try to send the request outside the Banger's TV. It doesn't work since there are some additional steps before it's sent. So I added new code to dump the request and response. Since 3 different concepts, this is also true that even though it's the same shape of request response, it is like just context around like when you would send it for a bank, when you would send it for a confirmation validator, why primary validator doesn't have it. So let's see. Separate in 3 different endpoints. I will create an images, display it, move common to 3 endpoints folders, update index tx, and new location. What do you think? So let's see what we have so far. Okay, curious. All right, so essentially what this PR does, let me review this one more time. Update documentation and sample code for connection validator or confirmation validator connection request. And then, did anything really need updated in the first place? So we did add some query params. So let's check this out. All right. So I'm in development and we're going to check out what's it? DuckFam TV update documentation for connection requests, pull request, back to list. Close out of these. Update documentation for connection request. Check this out and check out the branch. Tracking branch looks good. And then let's see what we got. So the file change are source containers node API connection request. So source containers node API connection request. And let me just run a little bit of prettier right on that. And then we can check it on the little local website. Let's see if we can compile. All right. Actually, All right, this seems good already. It seems a column is missing from the query param tables. Table param, go to declaration, and what do you want? All right, so items have data type, description, and param. An item have data type, description, param, and then sample value. All right, so I think this is just an issue with the should we just stick a sample value in here? So IP address, yeah, why not? IP address equals sample value. That. I know those are bad sample values, but let me just make sure that this table is populating correctly. So port would be something like this. And apparently those want a string, which is fine. And then the protocol is just going to be HTTP. And all right, so yeah, like pretty obvious stuff. You didn't really need examples there, since I know everyone watching this is going to know what an IP address looks like, but just looks a little bit prettier either way, and also more informative. So for port, let me actually put 80, since in real life it is going to be typically 80 and not 8,000, since that's more for local development. However, this looks pretty good. So another good convo. And this doesn't really matter. It was just them whenever they're testing things out. So Shrey Joshi, very cool. If we separate it in 3 different endpoints, I will create 3 new images to demonstrate. Okay, let me read this. Update all 3 endpoints in docs since so 3 different concepts. Documentation rise is true. What to do? What to do? Okay, let's do this. So I want to get this PR in because it is an improvement. It just has more clear docs. However, I understand his point of view as well, where just like yeah, they are different concepts, so on and so forth. So I think the main confusion here really lies in it's pretty much my fault where I wasn't quite clear in what I wanted here. So I'll get this merged in since it is an improvement. and then yeah, next time I'll just be more clear on what I'm looking for. Okay, they did meet the request. Update request and response. Those were good. No need to update. JSON was looking good. And then any and all query params are documented in tables, which definitely added. So let me just do this. Actually, don't even know if you can do it that way. I'll say fixes. All right, 74, 67, and 58. Update docs. Connection request, and connection request. Good to go. And then let me push out my changes. Prettier. And I will say, so what changes do we add? Adding in sample values. Values. So adding in sample values. All right. Hey, since I'm here, the thing that was left updating was sample responses when we call the API in that table he added. All right, so let me just check over that. All right, so the sample response right now is an empty object, which let me see if that's actually it. So we can just go to the bank, I suppose, and this is connection request. So v1 connection request, views connection request, and then what is the response? All right, so response here is an empty body, and then let me just double check on the validator that v1 connection request, views connection request. All right, so empty body is good. Errors, we actually don't have a good way to document the possible errors that can come back from the API right now. However, that's something else on the to-do list. So with that said, this looks good. Thank you, Sharice. I'm not sure how to say that. I feel like every person's name I try to say, I just mess up. But this guy's an absolute beast too. He's been helping out so many different areas in the app. So thank you. And right, comment on this. Boom roasted, PBJ toasted, fix this, this, and this. Make sure it's pointed towards dev. Triple check, triple check. Make sure this push up. Looking good. Then squash and merge this into dev. Squash and merge it into dev. What am I working on? So this is essentially what I'm working on today. Right now, I want to review a lot of these open PRs since a lot of them I notice have been open for a while. And first of all, let me close that. So I'm reviewing a bunch of open PRs right now, going over the ones for the website, thenewboston.com. And then later on, I was just going to go through and show everyone the basics of their roadmap. I'll show you guys this right now. Lucid chart, favorite thing in the world. All right, what do we got? Okay, roadmap. So later on, I was just going to go through this in a little bit more detail, show you guys the roadmap of the app. Digital currency network, we're working on authentication right now, then profiles, marketplace, so on and so forth, and just talk you guys through that. However, for now, just working through those PRs, and then I got to create some tickets, write up some release plans. I have a product meeting in 3 hours that All right, maybe I can just have it in a stream so we can just do our product meeting on stream. That'd be pretty cool. And then I got to record some more tutorials. But that's what I'm doing today. And let me actually make sure that these are closed. So this, and this are not closed. So link to PR. This is good. Can close this. And then this is what I was talking about, where hopefully this pops up now. Where whenever an issue is closed, all right, yep. So just like this, whenever an issue is closed, it goes over to the done column in this project. And then the payments team is going to come and they're going to pay the author of this, which is Duck Fam. They're going to pay him 1,000 coins for each of these changes. So that one is good to go. And let me boost this up again. This one can be closed too. And actually, that's another thing where I know you can have, let me show you this. This is actually something I learned recently where you can automatically close issues whenever you submit a PR by typing in a special keyword on GitHub. So the keywords that you can type in are things like closes and then a link to the issue. And there's some other ones. So yeah, you can put closes, this closes, and closes, so on and so forth. And it's not just close or closes. You can use any of these keywords. Now, that's what I was trying to do right here with fixes, but it looks like it wasn't closing because apparently you need to be the author. But let me read this because I'm actually interested in learning. So, when pull request references a keyword or issue number, it creates an association between the PR and the issue. When the PR is merged into your repo, the corresponding issue will be closed. Okay. So it doesn't say it, but I believe that it implies that you need to be the author because otherwise I believe that these would have automatically closed the issues. But maybe one of you guys knows. Closing the issue in your same repo. I didn't even know this. Closing an issue in a different repo or closing multiple issues. Closing this, closing this, closing this. Okay, so I think it's hidden in this keyword. You can include keywords in your pull request descriptions as well as commit messages to automatically close issues in GitHub Enterprise. So I guess this only works for your own. So whenever I left this comment on DuckFam's PR, that must have been why it wasn't working. And then this didn't close because he didn't use any of those keywords. If he replaced I think with either closes or fixes or anything, then that also would have closed it. But for now, we'll just close it manually. So that is closed, and then this one for the bank is closed as well. Then let me just check. I know I'm being a little OCD about this, but I do want to make sure that, okay, so all of these are done because that is his payment. So it's a pretty important aspect of it. Okay, looking good. We are knocking these things down. Let me just clean this up and all right, go back to development. Close all. And another thing I like to do in my IDE is just keep everything nice and clean. So delete all these branches that we just merged in and I'm not going to need anymore. Pull this down, boom roasted, and reboot that. Okay, PR down. One less one. Added hello world in HM ong. Okay. Yes, so we had this related issue. Let me see if I can find it. So we have this issue up, which is kind of an issue geared more towards developers. But on the website, we have "Hello World" in lots of different languages. And actually, we didn't type in these languages. We have this issue where anyone can come and add their own language. So it's just a really simple PR kind of to distribute coins in a really low level way that you can contribute to the project. But essentially, this is the issue, and then you have to add your language according to the supported ISO or ISO codes. So let's pop this open and look at these codes. Okay, so I believe they are these. Okay, so ISO 6391 are the ones that we are looking for. And Sanjeev is saying that in this PR, he added HM. And Sanjeev is saying it may not be a valid ISO code. So let's see if HM is in here. I'm not seeing it. HIHOHU. All right. So apparently this is not a valid code. I mean, I'm sure it's a valid language, but it just won't be supported from the library that we're using. And he did ask 13 days ago, and Sai Komudi did not respond. So this one is probably just safe to close. Usually give you about a week. 2 weeks is pretty generous when one of the core contributors asks a question and waiting for someone to respond. So that one's closed. So that was the easy one. Also, another thing, if any of you guys want to earn coins and you don't see your country listed in Hello World, then go ahead and add it as long as it conforms to one of these ISO codes. Then, yeah, 500 coins. There you go. And you get to be listed as a contributor. So pretty cool. All right. Ayushi, add a new contributor. Let's see what this. Oh, this is what I was actually talking about with these keywords right here. You see how this has a little dotted line under it? So whenever you submit a PR and you put closes and then an issue after it, whenever you merge this PR in, it automatically closes the related issue. So little fun fact, and let's see what this issue is. All right, so Christy submitted a issue where she wanted to add a new contributor. And this was a oh man, this graphic designer, Talawak, he is an awesome graphic designer. Let me show you some of the I got to show you some of the graphics that he made. They're pretty awesome. So let's go over to design. I know we're getting kind of off track here, but you know, I just got well, first of all, he made this one, which is awesome. These like 3D rendering of coins, which I thought was really cool. Actually, he created a bunch of awesome stuff. There's another thing as well. I can't remember where he put it. It was one of those speed. Oh man, I got to show you guys this graphic. All right, I guess before that, let me show you these t-shirts. You guys might like this. All right, so he also designed these t-shirts, which I think are just really cool. You have the black one, and it has the little new coin logo, the new Boston TNB. And then this one, classic white, and then you got a little red up there, and then this one straight red. And I'll show you guys the t-shirts that Christy designed as well, who's our lead design. So I got classic white right here. Number 2 is definitely my favorite. You got the dark and the new Boston logo. And then 3 and 4 are just simple designs. I'm a fan of number 4, actually, this classic one as well. And let me actually, I need to find that little speed graphic. And I won't be able to find it on here, but on Reddit I will. Three, one. What up? Oh, here we go. Yeah, it's this graphic right here that this guy made where it's speed with a cool logo, Bolt, and then you got the logos. Man, I just really love this. And this font too, speed. It's everything about it. This graphic designer is killing it. All right, so back to what we were doing, working on the website. So she created this PR, and it added him as a contributor, and everything looks pretty good. So let me first make sure that he is not already a contributor. Let me pull this down. And then on the website, if you go to Teams, and that's another thing where we are redoing the Teams page. I'm good, the one. How are you? We are redoing the Teams page to include a lot more information, but for now, if you want to go to community and then team, you can kind of sort through all the different teams, see the team leads. Let's see. So on design, this PR is adding Tolwalk and he's not there yet. So let's check it out and make sure everything is nice and formatted. So we got a pull request from Ayushi. And that is right here. Add a new contributor. And let me just check this out. So that branch is named the same. So all right. So this is source data teams. So source data teams. And one thing that I want to make sure is npm run prettier just to make sure it's formatted correctly. And let's see. So this is graphic designer on line 280. What happened with my wrist? So this actually started a while ago. If I don't have this and also this, then I have really bad carpal tunnel symptoms. And this, by the way, is called a vertical mouse. For anyone else who has carpal tunnel symptoms, just type in computer glove and vertical mouse, and it makes a world of difference. All right, so we got the contributor ID, Telewalk, Toledit, profile image on GitHub, looking good. And then now, if we just hop back over to the website, then we should see them. So very soon, this is all going to be done through the API. But for now, looking good. So here he is. Everything else looks good. It is the correct GitHub image and should be good to go. So I did run prettier on this, right? Magnesium oil says, all right, Bob Dole says, magnesium oil might help with carpal tunnel. That's interesting. Okay, I will. Magnesium oil. It's interesting. All right, and yep. All this is good to go. This is all good to go. Push it up. Hopefully no changes. And the last thing that I actually like to do is this. So I like to inspect and do console, and then I refresh this. And all right, we got a little, where is this coming from? Oh, I know what this is from. All right. So these are some issues with Slack. However, if we merge development back into this, we can prettier that up. Magnesium tablets. All right, so let me just compile this again. Do you prefer Fetch over Axios? Not that familiar with Fetch, but I have been using Axios for a long time, and it has not given me any issues. It seems to be well supported, so can't complain. What about you? Fetch or Axios? All right, so this looks a little bit better. So I just need to fix a merge conflict, and let me push that up as well. All right, so this is good. That's interesting. Issue with Axios not escaping nested params. Okay, I'll keep an eye out for that. All right, so this is good. Make sure that it has a reward, 500 coins coming to Ayushi. One file change, no cleaning needed. Squash and merge. All right, Ayushi, good to go. Then just double check, make sure that this related issue is closed, and it is. And good to go. Knocking these down. All right, one PR down. Website slowly getting better, bit by bit. All right, reboot this, TypeScript, yada yada, clean out my PRs. OCD about polling, making sure that you always get the latest, and also making sure everything is nice and clean. All right, on to the, and let me actually make sure that Ayushi is a member of this. Oh, she might not be. That's interesting. Okay, I need to invite her to the organization. So in website, let's go in Ayushi. All right, so Ayushi 14. Let's go ahead and invite her to the GitHub repo. She was actually a Slack community manager earlier, and then realized that she is a front-end engineer in real life. So she has been helping out a ton. All right, so we're going to add her as a member, and then we want to give her UI developers. So, all right, so UI developers have access to the account manager, the new Boston JS, and the website. And let me see if there's any other repos or any other teams. So, Ray all. All right, send an invitation to her. Pending invitations to, and then good to go. All right, let's see. It's hard to read your code as the stream is so pixelated. Huh? Really? Is this hard to read? Maybe I'll pop open an actual code file. Is this code clear for you guys, or is it too small, too pixelated? Not too small. All right. Cool. And then this looks to be the same size, so I assume that this is fine as well. I'm on desktop, and your font is pretty small. Clear. Okay. Yeah, I'll keep an eye out, and if I hear any feedback, then I'll change that as well. All right, where were we? Close all, pull down development, and got no hanging branches. Beautiful. And website, on to the next PR. So what do we got? Pull request. Okay, another one from Ayushi, killing it. All right, we got another one. We got a conflict happening, and add job description. So this conflict is most likely because we just updated that file, and let's check this out. So 1084, add job description. Let's go to pull request, back to list, 10. Wait, that wasn't the one you just closed, was it? No, this is SEO. So 1084 add job description. Where you at? Where you at? I know it's right in front of my face. Let me go to Ayushi's. Where is this? Wait, 1087. Oh, yeah, PR 1087, and then the related issue is issue 1084. So I was looking at the wrong thing. So here you go. Let's check this bad boy out. And this is source data openings. So first of all, let's go ahead and purdier this up. Nice and purdy. Sounds a little bit creepy when I say it like that, but all right. So KJ Lee, what issue did you submit? Okay. So add the following job opening to the website. We are looking for an SEO manager. Why got a Y? Wait, what? What? What's going on? It's readable, but if you took the chat and logo away, there would be more space for the code. Maybe I could do that. Yeah, maybe I will do that. Okay. Good suggestion. So, shall we just drop the logo? Okay, let's just drop the logo. First things first. And then we can also drop this chat. So thank you for this suggestion, by the way. Let's see. Tate Lax. And let me pull the chat up on my laptop. Give me a sec. By the way, I know I have the worst stream background of any streamer on earth. Basically, just white. Actually had to put this elephant and those things back there just so I had something because it was just like my empty desk before. So those are my decorations. All right. All right. Have a check out Extern Code YouTube channel and seen them copying your videos without credits in the comment section. The creator posted is you. Let's check that out right now. All right. So Codam says he's seen even a worse setup. So I think that makes me feel a little bit better. No, there is one other setup at least worse than mine. All right, Extern Code. What are you doing? Copying my videos? Python for beginners? That doesn't look like mine. All right, let me look this up later. So Extern Code might be copying my videos. All right, and I also have to go pee, but the good news is I now have this chat on my laptop. Oh, that's interesting. Seems like they're copying everyone. Okay, so hopefully now we have a little bit more room. Got that big old jumbo logo out of the way. And I am going to go pee in case you guys want a very detailed explanation of where I'm going. And then when I come back, we are going to be grinding through some more PRs. Mute this. Should I put my hat on or not? I'm kind of feeling it. Boom. Hey, another thing, if anyone is in California right now, especially Pasadena area, check out the sunset. It looks absolutely beautiful. And game time. Here we go. Hey, what is this? Okay. Reading through these comments. One sec. Have you considering creating a Twitch channel? Wait, okay. Yes, I do have a Twitch channel. I believe I'm streaming this right now on Twitch. Let me check. Social. No, that's my Twitter. My Twitch. Oh, yeah. There we go. One Twitch viewer, it looks like. I'll take it. I think this is like my first ever stream on Twitch. I don't know how anyone even would know about that channel, but all right. Let's see what we got. Hey, by the way, how is my audio? I know we've been talking a lot about my text size and whatnot, but how is the audio on this feed? I can't believe Bucky is back. Chemstar cheats. IntelliJ is the best IDE. Can't really complain about that. Why React? What about Angular? So I started using React pretty heavily when Angular was still going through the a lot of their debatable changes that they were changing their library quite a bit. So just and this seems another thing, by the way, the different cities seem to have like more of a developer base in either React or Angular. So in California, it's definitely React heavy where I live. So that's probably why as well. Oh, I was the one viewer on Twitch. Someone else is saying, and that makes sense since I think I'm the only person who even knows about that channel. But another thing, I don't even think I have it listed in my like the footers or the descriptions in my YouTube video. But if you guys want to know about the secret New Boston Twitch channel, go ahead and subscribe or follow. I honestly don't even know what it's called on Twitch. Audio is perfect. That's what I like to hear. Audio is good. Is that Python? I missed that question. Not sure what looking at, but this is not Python. So right now I'm working on reviewing PRs for the thenewboston.com website. And this website is written in React, JavaScript, and I believe Christian, which is one of our front-end leads, he's working on implementing our Redux architecture at the moment as well. All right. All right, very cool. Thank you guys for these kind comments. What about for Houston? I only know a couple people who work in Houston and they are React developers. So I don't know. Do you live in Houston? And if so, what is your take on it? And I'm not saying that all of these cities typically like say no Angular or no React. It just seems that these communities do kind of develop and grow within cities, which kind of makes sense because whenever you're working at a big software company and then you go to a startup or something, you might lead development on that. And then, of course, you're going to develop in the technology that you are familiar with. So it does make sense in a way. I'm studying React and Node.js in second semester. Will you make tutorials about that? So I already did make tutorials about React and Node. However, the tutorials that I'm going to make in 2021 are really dependent on what you guys want. So yeah, noted. One more vote for React, I suppose. Where am I from? So I was born in northern New York, and then I grew up in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. And then I moved back to northern New York uh, when I was like a teenager. Moved around a little bit, but now I am in Pasadena, California. Please add background music. I don't have any at the moment, but I'll look into that. All right, you guys want background music or no background music? Prerequisites for learning React, I would just say probably just HTML and JavaScript. It wouldn't hurt to know a little bit of CSS since it is every React project that you need needs to know that. But I would say mainly just HTML, CSS, and then JavaScript, and then you can probably hop right into it. No background music, no background music. Do you think you might make more API tutorials? Yeah, that's another thing that was pretty heavily requested is just REST API, straight up development. So, and aside from that, there is like a Django REST framework where if you know how, like the implementation of how to actually code an API. Another thing is API development. And let me see this. I gotta show you this. So if you guys are interested, holy moly, earthquake. So if you guys are interested in more of like API best practices, I would recommend this. Build APIs that you won't hate. And this is just like naming conventions, how you should structure it. Let's see, just how to plan things out, the different status codes, so on and so forth. But if you ever get a career and you need to develop an API, then I would highly recommend this. Build APIs you won't hate. You won't hate them. Sec. Alrighty. Any other questions before I hop into the other PR? Very productive day today. Okay. React Node Firebase or AWS Amplify. How you doing? I'm doing very good. Getting back into the swing of things. Things were pretty stressful right after that. I announced that Hello World video, and so many people came onto the project, but it's stabilizing a bit right now. So happy to see that. And let's see. Okay. What's for dinner? I made chicken again. What are you guys having for dinner? Also, another thing I want to ask is where are you guys from? I'm always interested in that. All right. So where were you? Let's get back on track here. Bucky or Baku, as my name is in China, which I believe means cool. At least that's what my girlfriend told me. So hope she isn't lying. All right. Job description, looking for an SEO manager. I assume that all of these are correct. And looking for SEO manager, responsibilities, requirement, relevant tools. Reports to Sadesh and LinkedIn, Twitter, and Reddit. Twitter and Reddit and Sadesh. Okay. So the first thing I want to do is just make sure that this shows up. So just to give you guys a quick overview of what's happening in this is that Christy, she wants a SEO manager to join the team. So whenever any of the team leads, they want to bring on a new contributor, then they leave an issue in the website repo and they just post their overview of the job description, the responsibilities, so on and so forth. And then when someone sees this issue, like Ayushi did, they can go ahead and just add it in. Again, this entire process is also moving over to be a lot more efficient and smarter. And it's just going to be managed from the API in the website. So you don't have all this back and forth. But for now, we don't have the API up and running yet. It's still early. The project's like 1 month old. So we're just doing everything kind of manual for now, just so we have updated data pretty frequently. But let's go ahead and check this out. Okay. So I need to merge development back into here. Gonna have a merge conflict. And let's see how we can deal with this. All right, looks like we have both a WordPress developer and this. So what we can do, the easiest way that I see is probably if you go SEO manager and okay. SEO manager. Actually didn't think that was going to merge, but whatever. So we have our SEO manager right here. Wow, this is all messed up now. All right, so where's my SEO manager at? We're on line 183. Okay, this is just annoying now. Also, I'm gonna need to minimize it for just a sec. Let me prettier that up. All right, and this should be good. Now, why is it all red? Merge conflict. All right, now openings. Let's see, SEO manager looking good. And this, believe it is still rendering. All right, thenewboston.com. If you go to community, now you go to openings, you see these different roles: senior developer, graphic designer, content writer, and also let me do this. I like looking at the console just to make sure there are no errors or anything. Go to SEO manager, everything looks good. Go back, everything looks good. And all right. So now let me push this up. And I believe these were all just merge commits. Commit with unresolved conflicts. Believe those are resolved. Commit failed with error. So let's see. Everything is up to date. All right. What's going on here? Cannot check out. You have to resolve. And let's just say this. All right. We're going to do this the dirty way. Since I pressed the wrong button earlier. Oh, this is interesting as well. Where did this come from? So that is why. All right, let's just do this. So on this one, we can accept theirs. This little TS config is ticking me off. Roll that back. Check out dev. Pull this down. And apparently, we're going to have to do this one more time. So PR, check this out. This one looks good. Back the list, pull it down. A new job opening by Yushi. All right, so we got to merge conflict first on. So first, let's just fix this merge conflict. So development, merging the current. There's a little debate, and we can just do this. So we're going to accept theirs because theirs has a new WordPress developer position, and then we have SEO manager. And then this is going to be a pain if we do this. So let's add this, and that should be good. Get both of those in. Let me just prettier this. And make sure that everything is good to go. All right, so there's our SEO manager and there's our WordPress developer. So this all looks good to go. I just need to make sure that it builds. And both of them are there. All right, so that's what we were looking for. So inspect this, go to console, let me just refresh, make sure there are no errors. One more time. Sure it's prettier, merge correctly, click this. Looking good. All right. Also, side note, we have an opening for WordPress developer and SEO manager. So if anyone is interested in either of those, join in the team, then let me know. All right. So this is good. This is merged now, and I believe we just need to push this up. So those changes should be pushed up now. Yes, they are. And then, all right, it's going to lint that. Let me lint it locally too. Wouldn't it be easier if each job opening was a separate file? Yes, probably would. Although then you would have to manually play each file that you're reading in. But either way, not spending too much time like re-architecting this on the front end because all of this data is just going to be moved over to the API in like less than a week anyways. So we'll just kind of work through it for now. All right. GitHub action. How long are you going to take to check linting? Come on, yeah. All right. Time for questions. Tuna, bacon. I love it. Am I back? Oh, I'm back. Clean up the PRs. Yep. What are you building? So right now, as Carter mentioned, we are just working on thenewboston.com website. Lots of PRs were submitted, but now just going to go through each one and review. All right, so that passed and everything else is good to go. Triple check. Beautiful. Squash and merge, and hopefully that's good. Make sure this is merged. That's good as well. A nuclear power plant safety inspector. Oh, very funny, very funny. Marketing. All right, beautiful. So this is merged, another one down. Let's hop back over to development, pull down, let's get all our changes. This is the best song in the world because it's about GitHub. All right. Let me check my Slack as well, real quick. All right. Looking good in the neighborhood. So, PR request. We got another opening. Man, who is going on a hiring spree? KJ Lee hiring a whole new team. I'm loving it. Got that community growing. Okay, so looks like Alex fixed this. And what is this job? SEO manager. Wait, didn't we just merge in SEO manager? Let's look. So SEO manager. Okay. Wait a minute. So this, oh, okay. So it looks like two people created the same one. Huh. Okay. So this is a duplicate of the one that Ayushi just did that's already been closed in 1087. However, Ayushi did it just a little bit faster, so there is no need for this. Yep, same thing. So unfortunately, we don't need two of those. So just close that. This already been closed. Boom roasted, peanut butter toasted. And all right, add new Kotlin contributor. So, okay, very cool. So what do we got here? We got Ian was requesting to have a new contributor. Nish adding to the Kotlin team. And actually, this we will need to change it as well. So James submitted a PR called 1085 new contributor. And okay, so this is another thing that is my mistake as well. Forgot to mention. First, let me go ahead and check out this pull request. And this is going to be open. And after this one, I'll go back and answer some of the questions as well. So add new Kotlin contributor. Check this one out. Check it out. Sauerkraut. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Source data teams JSON. Source data teams JSON. All right, prettier. All right, and on 519 is where the new contributor was added. So 519, nish nish. Nishy nish, freshy fresh. Okay, first let's just go ahead and make sure everything is chill in the PR. So this looks good. Did it compile correctly? Yep, looks fine. So now if we go to community and team and we go to Kotlin, we see a new contributor niche. So this is what I was talking about with the image. So before we used to have it where the profile image could be any image. However, we were using their Slack image. However, after a while, Slack images started not appearing. So now we just have to default to their GitHub image. So to do this, just gonna hop over to the GitHub, just gonna copy image address, paste this in, and actually, let me do this. Let me pause my screen for a sec because I might have some sensitive info. Actually, you guys just get my face for 1 second. Also, if you guys have any questions, then please ask because I'm going to be getting to those in just a second. Okay, so this is what I wanted to do. Alrighty. Don't save that. Okay, coming back. All right, so this is what I was looking to do. Actually, I can just pull it out here. So if you do api.github.com/users and then username, Then you can have avatar URL, and this is just a more standardized way to get their profile image versus their Slack image. So now that all the data looks to be correct, let me just prettier this up. Draw this JSON's formatted correctly. Don't need this anymore. And then hopefully we see Nish's profile, and you see these errors when I refresh, shouldn't get them anymore. Okay, we still have someone with Slack in here. So Slack, Edge, and that's Colfax, but this was updated as well recently. So let me push this up. So yes, it is a merge. And I definitely just did commit instead of get push. So I got to push it up. Clicking the wrong button, but that's all right. Fix that up. Buttercup. And everybody knows that's what's up. I said, All right. Now, got everything merged in. While that is linting, let's check it out. So everything's prettier, and you now have avatars, gap, content, right profile image, and then in here, we can go over to Kotlin SDK and see that, yes, we do have that new member added. And then this error is just from an error unrelated, and just because we didn't merge development in here in a while, but should be fine. As long as this is linted, as long as it is fine, then we can merge it in something. I don't know how to rhyme. Get version control gives you anxiety with conflicts. Me too, man. All right. Why is this taking so long to lint? Come on, GitHub Actions. All right, let's get to some questions. Emacs. Is there robots.txt we need to follow for these images? It's a good question. All right, let's merge this bad boy in. So let me make sure that this has a reward, which I believe I just saw. All right. So James got 500 coins coming in. Beautiful. And Ian has a new contributor to his team. So let's squash and merge this. Make sure it's going into development. And another one down. All right. Beautiful. Beautiful. Make sure that this is closed. Man, getting through these. Loving it. All right. 2 hours until my meeting. How did my accent change so much since 2011? I don't know. I didn't even know I had an accent. Wait, what was my accent and what is it now? It's to me. I just always talk normal. All right, GitHub authentication. This is being worked on. So this is a big ticket being worked on by Vladimir. Let me just check what's up to this. Oh, is he done with this? Ready to review. Oh, this is going to be great if he is done with this. This was a big issue, not an issue, but a big feature with the website that we've been meaning to work on. But I'll get to that later. I don't want to waste your guys' time. For now, let's go ahead and check out development again. Do a little bit of cleanup. Delete those and on to the next one. Top nav changes. All right, Amarjita. Nice. Look like someone's staying in sync. That's what I like to see. All right. Prepare top navigation for user profile. Ignore the old commits. Pulled them. Oh, I thought he kept merging development back into this. Yeah, that's fine. We'll squash and merge anyway, so we won't get that commit history. All right. We're pulling from upstream, but forget to push new branch before. Maybe that's why. Not a problem. And what issue is this related to? This one? All right. Issues 1016. All right. So now check this out. So all right. So this was a larger issue. It's part of 315. And I'll show you guys this as well. So this is the main thing, or not the main thing, but one of the larger features that we're working on for the website right now. So on the website, you essentially go to it and you have like documentation. You can see the leaderboard, so on and so forth. Leaderboard is actually pretty cool. I always check it out. But it's essentially whenever you complete a task, dang, look at James, killing it lately. Essentially, whenever you complete a task for the website, then you get coins. And coins, when you complete a task, also add towards the leaderboard. So we have it basically whoever completed the most tasks in the last 7 days, 30 days, so on and so forth. And so I just mentioned that because right now, all of this is like static data. You can't even log in or anything. However, we are working on this feature where now, whenever you sign or go to thenewboston.com, you're going to be able to either sign in, create an account. And right now we're only supporting GitHub, but later on we're going to be supporting different OAuth. And essentially after you log in, you're going to be taken to your profile page, and then you can add your account number, your display name, Slack username. It's a very basic profile right now. And then after this, it's just going to show you a list of tasks. Again, this feature isn't for anything special that we're going to be adding. It's really just to get that authentication down because we're going to have a lot of features based off that later on. So right now we just needed a simple profile page, but this is what your guys' profiles is going to look like, of course, with a different image and whatnot. And yeah, there you go. So anyways, with that background, let's see what this is. Okay, so Christian says, as part of that bigger ticket, the idea of this task is to prepare the top navigation for the profile page. So edit the top navigation as shown in the Figma designs here. And what you have to do is add sign in and create account buttons. Okay, let's just roll through it. Sign in, create account buttons. Profile icon with drop-down menu with 2 options. And that would be, see if I can find it. All right, so that looks like this right here, your profile and sign out. Apply the same changes to the mobile menu. Just make sure it works on responsive designs. Update nav items on mobile to have 24 pixels behind them or between them. All right, so this one is change the get started and community options, and the drop down is per Figma designs. Right now, they are all displayed. So let's see what he means by this. Change get started in community. And right now we don't have anything checked out. So get started in community are their own sections. However, in this new design, it looks like, well, maybe there are get started in community. So get started community, FAQ, get started community. So maybe they just have different things in them. Documentation, tutorials, tasks, documentation, tutorials. I don't know what those are actually. Community download. In the drop down as per Figma design. So this is interesting. So the task was to add documentation, tutorials, and tasks, but I don't know what tutorials leads to. So let's see. Caleb, there he is, the one and only Caleb Curry. Caleb, when are we streaming on your channel? All right, let's read this issue. By the way, if any of you guys don't know Caleb Curry, then type in Caleb Curry on YouTube and check out his channel, or I'm sure you can click his little name in the chat. He has awesome programming tutorial channel. So check it out. There's already a login and GitHub button. Uncomment that button, make it part of your solution by editing it to match their requirements. I'll take it in our sheet. Already completed it over here. All right. So this is going to be interesting to review because I don't know if the backend is ready to support this yet, but let's check it out and see what's going on. Hopefully soon. Stream schedule. That's a good idea. Stream schedule. And Carter asked, do you see the new Boston shifting towards what Traverse Media is doing with guest instructors? So it's interesting because the new Boston is kind of formatted differently than other programming channels. We're more of a series based where we have like 7 to 15-minute videos, and they have longer videos on a lot of those. And formatted differently for a couple different reasons. So I don't know. It kind of depends on how your channel is structured and also what the audience is looking for. But I definitely do want to do a lot more collabs. So that would be an avenue to go down. What do you think, Carter? Podcast. Man, you guys want the podcast. Okay. I thought you go I thought a lot of you just wanted strictly learning and none of this like podcast, surviving wilderness, none of this other stuff. But hey, apparently I wasn't quite right on that. All right, so let's check this out. So Margie top nav changes. Let's go to pull requests and let's go to origin. Back to list. Where you at? Where you at? Margie top nav changer. Where you at? Where you at? Check out the branch. Check out the branch. Got a track and branch. Now I can't run this code. All right, let me just restart this because sometimes whenever you have new files, your hot reload or dev server, you know what? This effing thing every time. All right. Surviving the Wilderness. All right, guys. Surviving the Wilderness Part 3 is with Caleb Curry. Where are we going to put him? I vote Antarctica. All right. Now, where are the files? All right, check it out. Source components, top nav, top nav. Source components, top nav, top nav. Source components, top nav. What was this? Top nav.scss. And what changes did you do? All right, mobile drop-down height is a bit different. Right now, I'm using iMac. Marion Trench. Man, Caleb, this is going to be rough for you. All right, what do we got here? Separator, download button. Okay, 992. May want to put this as a variable as well. How many we got? 4. Okay. So what is this? So what is 992? Let me see if we use this elsewhere. Oh, mama. Okay, we definitely need a variable for this. However, I don't know if this is the appropriate PR to stick it. Yeah, we just really need to standardize our breakpoints across the app. However, I think I need to check with the design team to see if they have any standards before I go making variables and whatnot. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'll check with actually I have a product meeting in 2 hours. I'll check with Christy and see if there's standardized responsive breakpoints in the style guide. And then if so, we can either use mix-ins or just have a variable, whatever's easiest. But it's better than just having 992 hard-coded all around. All right, another thing. Well, let's go ahead and run this and see what's going on. All right, so I don't think this can be merged yet because we have sign in and then we have create an account, and none of these are just working right now. So let me just put don't merge on this. Since this isn't, it's kind of not even ready to review yet. All right, so let me just make sure that part of 315, which is the sign in, sign out, but we're really waiting on the back end before we can even like break this up into individual pieces. So just so I make sure not to come back to it, I'm going to stick a label that says don't merge. And okay, this is a very strong warning. I mean, all caps and the red X. I mean, I don't know if that's necessary, but hey, I am not going to merge this no matter what. You can also convert this to a draft, but it's not really a draft. It feels kind of weird since it is complete in a way. But that's another way where if you're just working on something and you want to submit a PR, maybe just to easily compare it against your base branch, then you can just convert it to a draft. But this is like complete. It's just waiting for the back end. So we'll just rock with that. Okay, now let's go over to development. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. Check it out. All right, can remove this for now. All right, so this ain't ready, but let's see what else we got. And let me actually leave a comment on here so people would know why I left a don't merge label on it. But the back end is done. And we can test off flow. And that's another thing that people ask, which I just do it so often I didn't even think about it. But whenever you see BE, it just refers to back end. And then whenever you see FE, it refers to front end. So I know I was leaving comments to like check with FE team. And then people are like, what's FE? Check with the FE team. And, you know, I just thought I'd clear that up. So on until the back end is done, comment on this, and now we're ready to move on to the next one. Let me see what's going on over here. All right. Pull requests. Pull requests. I really can't wait for this GitHub OAuth to be done. I'm pretty pumped about that. As pumped as anyone can possibly be about OAuth. All right, profile, add a link to team page. See what's going on with this. So this, which has been approved, pointed to dev, everything looks good. Let's see what the underlying issue is. Okay, profile, add team link. Okay, so let me see this. Okay. So do we have profile pages? Am I missing something? Okay, this is interesting. Add a link to the team on profile page, but from what I was aware, we don't even have profile pages. Okay, this may be a new feature since I was busy working on the back end, but let's check this out as well. So James has a branch called profile, add a link to team. So let's check it out. Don't need this, back to list, add link to team, check it out. Create a tracking branch for this. And looks good. Okay, so what files you got? You got source constant team. According to Finalizing designs, the teams are highlighted as links. However, in the current profile, front end just shows as plain text. Okay. So these are team path name. So each team has a path name and a title. And then, all right. All right, so source containers, profile info. So source containers, profile info, index. To do edit icons visible with this. And let me reboot my TypeScript. Give cat a bagel. A lot of people remember that story for some reason. I don't even remember what video that was on. That cat, though, that bagel. Crazy, crazy world we live in. All right, what do we got here? So we got profile info. And this looks to be the left section of profile. So, all right. Yep. So on profile component, we have profile info. That's the left, like personal info. Task completed is, of course, your task. Now, profile, didn't even see this yet. Profile task completed. And let me see where we are rendering this. So it looks like a user profile. And yeah, James. Oh man, I had no idea we even had this already. This is a very nice surprise. And let me see how responsive it is. Man, this is looking good. Who made this? This is great. All right, let's see if this is responsive. This is looking good. Oh, nice. Man, it's front end team. I'm telling you, they are rocking it. All right. So first of all, let me be amazed by this. And then this is going to be. All right. So this is all hidden until we have all of that stuff. Yeah, no links to the profile or anything. All right. Just making sure that I didn't miss too much. And now let's see. So according to Figma Signs, teams are highlighted as links. However, in current profile, it just shows as plain text. Now, if we go back to this one, teams are highlighted as links. And when you go to front-end developers, dang, got a whole bunch of stuff, a whole bunch of improvements. Hey, there's Carter right there. James, man, this project is moving faster than I can even keep up with it. Since 1095 is merged, we can utilize new teams' path names. All right, so this is when it was merged. Sanjeev created it 5 days ago, merged it in. Very cool. Very cool. Yes, so that original ticket was just to add the path names right up here so that we can actually link someone to an individual team rather than keeping all that data in state, because then you can't really utilize the URL. So with that being said, this is for the link now. So this was created, this teams. So now we know what's going on. Let's go ahead and review. So this teams constant is essentially just the standardized nav option with a path name, and then it has a title, which everything looks good. All right, so types teams. And then source containers, profile, and no index. Okay, let's look into this. Source containers, profile info. Source containers, profile info, index. Close these. And in online 48 is where the changes were. So line 48 is this function where it's get team path name. You pass in team title and displays the team title. So the team path name, this should be pretty easy. And that is just you pass in the team name. Maybe I should rename this the team title. Should you? Should this be called team title or not? Probably. So get team path name, and let me just see. So in teams, you essentially find which team has the team title matching the one that you passed in, and then you essentially get the path name of that. And if there is no path name, maybe you just passed in a random name that didn't exist, and you're just going to turn an empty string. And then if not, then you can just return path name. Now you can probably, clean this up a little bit. Yeah, so, all right. If there is no path name, return this. Otherwise, return path name. And then you can probably just do return path name or this and drop all that. And then I might want to change this to team title as well. Just so when developers are talking, one person doesn't say title and one person doesn't say name. But before we do that, let me just see where this function is used. It looks like it's only used in this one location. So get team path name, that's fine. And instead of team name, we'll just do team title. Pass this in and should be good to go. Member details. And while I'm here, let me clean a little bit of this stuff up. All right, so in the structure, you can sort alphabetically. And let's see what this is. So get contributors, get openings, get tasks. I kind of like that alphabetize everything. So, all right. Just because as this grows, then you usually have a tough time finding things. So the first one is get contributors by GitHub username, and then get contributors, and then get openings, get tasks. And after that is get team members. Oh, it already is. And get team path name, beautiful. And what is this? All right, return member. And it looks like that is unused, kind of unrelated, but variable might not be initialized. Let member, undefined. Okay, not an issue. Okay, so this looks good. This looks good. Team title. Yes, okay. So this was static text, and now it is a link. And what is this? Stressing myself. Oh, I'm not stressed. I like this. Unless you're talking to someone else. All right, let me review this, then I'll get back to focusing on the stream. I know I've been a little kind of ball on that. So options. Okay. Option. All right, this looks all good as well. Constants teams. Let me make sure those are unified. Teams index. TU. Okay. So yeah, usually in these imports, what we like to do is we like to sort them not by the first import, but actually by where they are imported from, just so all your utilities and components and containers can be stuck together. Now in data, let me see what's up with this. Okay, so opening options teams looking good, data, and then profile. All right, that's all good. And then let me just scroll back up here. Source constants teams. Last thing is this. Hold on. Okay, now let's just prettier this up. NBM run prettier. Run this, restart. And I actually don't really like this commented out code. In general, I don't like commented out code in the code base, even though this was just kind of following the standard pattern. Well, we can probably get rid of this for now. Do we even have a pen testing team? So team pen testing. Yeah, let me see if we even have one of these. It might just be moved over to security. All right, pen testing is declared in our team path name constant, and then it's also existing in our team name. However, it doesn't look like we use it anywhere. Let me just check with our teams. We don't have any pen testing team displayed. And then with our openings, we also don't have any. So we can probably just remove those for now. Kind of unrelated to this PR, but you know, if you're not using it, might as well clean it up. So looking good in the neighborhood. Okay. Now let me just go to console and make sure everything's good to go. User profile, everything looks good. This new path name, everything looks good. This website is looking pretty good. All right, so let me just push up these changes, and I will say something like, so this is just organizing imports, removing pen test, and then this is just cleaning up. I can pretty much just say everything is cleaning, but you already got that comment, so push that up. And James is going to be climbing one step closer to the top of the leaderboard. All right, so now that we got everything merged together, let's just triple check. No comments, looking nice. Got the main meat of this tutorial, which is turning that static text into a link. No more comments here. Remove this as well. Got this cleaned up and everything looks good to go. Let me make sure just in my YouTube comments that I didn't miss anything easy. All right. No one's yelling at me for anything, so that's always a good sign. Now let's squash and merge this baby. And 1,000 coins coming to James. Let me close all these. Don't understand what half of this is. Okay, let me slow down and explain things a little bit more clear so everyone can follow along. For the next one, kind of just went through that one pretty quickly. All right, so James submitted a PR. Let me just go ahead and squash and merge this into development, which is our base branch that we work off of. So that is good. Just making sure the related issue is also closed. And all right, good to go. So now development should be updated. which it looks like it is. Let me clean this up so my branches that I was working with, I don't need to work with them locally anymore. And all right, good to go. Now, should I do this? All right. So, Manish. All right, let me see if there are any questions on this YouTube. Hey, what's up? Not much. I messaged you on Instagram. Okay, I'll check that out later. Does he coder? Woke up and see Bucky's live again. That's cool. What is that made using? Why do I use WebStorm over VS Code? So I use WebStorm just because I like JetBrains IDEs. I like it for Python, Java, Go, essentially every single one of their IDEs. I just think it's I don't know, for how complex it is and all these different features. It's actually a very stable piece of software. I like them as a company, so kind of biased, but there you go. Any thoughts on Flutter? Flutter is a highly requested tutorial series, and I'm going to have some Flutter tutorials coming soon. When you add something to the blockchain, I presume it simply gets appended to the previous blockchain. Yep. So it's comparable to in real life. If you have a chain, it's just adding one link onto the chain at a time. This is a chain of data instead of metal. And hold on. I think my girl might be texting. Ooh. Okay. Need to change my alarm for work, changing our stand-up times. Okay. GitHub would be a nightmare for me. GitHub is actually really awesome once you get familiar with it. But let's check this out. Doc image margin fix. Okay, what's the issue on this one? Actually, am I messing up my webcam? All right, fixes 1105. And this one is alignment of doc images. Okay, so this is interesting. And let me show you guys what's going on with this. So this ticket, if I just skimmed over it correctly, yep. Okay, so Manish reported a bug that is saying that there's extra margin added to these images in the documentation, and it should be more like this. All right. So the thing about this is that even though this may make sense with the documentation whenever you go to the account manager and see that, these are popping out and they really don't need to, whenever you go to the guide and see something like, let's see this. So whenever you go to the guide and see something like confirmation services, then some of these graphics don't really look that great whenever you squish them together in that 720. So, this is interesting. Yeah, especially with this, where to try to take some of these graphics and squish it down ain't really working. However, it does make sense in here. Now, the thing about this is the guide and the account manager do use the same CSS. So what to do about this? Yeah, they're both in doc container. Okay. So let's go to container and let's go to account manager. Yeah, I think it's fine for now. Even though it looks like it pops out a little bit, it's kind of intended. Yeah, I guess if we want these to fit nicely within the documentation, then we can just make a smaller image. But for right now, I think it's fine. Although it does look better in this case, but functionality above looks, I say. All right, and then let me send him an example so he knows why I'm closing this ticket. thenewboston.com. And let's say like Resync or something. All right, so website issue, I'll say something like, how should I phrase this? All right, which seems like it was intentionally done, but what was the reason? I would say that graphics are hard to read when they are, they squished. It doesn't seem very formal, but don't know what other word to say accurately. So squish down to a 720 pixel width. And then which keyboard am I using? I'm using, I don't know, whatever this one is. Oh, wait a minute. Satechi? I made sure not to use a mechanical keyboard, even though I love them, because a lot of people were complaining in my tutorials. Click, 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 clack, clack. You know, it's a little bit loud. All right, so for now, I'll say that some graphics, or I'll say some diagrams. Graphics. All right, so some diagrams slash graphics are hard to read when they're squished down to 720 pixels. Send them an example, and I'll say the docs for the account manager and guide are using the same CSS. If needed, we can look into separating that, but for right now, I don't think it's too big of an issue. So I'll close with comment. No reward to deal with, and then I can just close this as well, since I left a comment in the related issue. All right, good to go. Now, PR rocking through these. All right, I guess I didn't have one, but let's check it out. So adding Discord. So this was a big debate among the community. Adding a link to Discord that doesn't expire. Wait a minute, what's going on here? That's another thing. So I think I added Discord somewhere else. Okay, so yeah, some people weren't a big fan of adding Discord to the website because we use Slack as our main communication tool for development. However, other people just like Discord and they wanted to use it for more of a informal social community. So that was the main thing. However, I believe that they decided to add it. So with that being said, A white Discord icon. That doesn't look that good. But yeah, let's see what we got going on here. So let's check it out. Mr. Busy Sky Development. PR. Adding Discord. And then we're going to need to check it out and rename it. Tracking branch and art. So back to list, run, and okay. So hold on, let me do a quick little check on the to see if there are any questions. Do you use Firestore? I do not. All right, we can create a new class to fit some. So he was talking about the docs, creating a class to fit some images and not others. So yeah, that's a possible solution. Let me think if there would be any issues with that. Yeah, it's a good solution. What keyboard am I using? You can say scale down. All right, the obsessed dev would like help with OAuth task. So we actually already have someone working on the OAuth task, so no need to work on that. It's Vladimir. I assigned it to him. Do you have an official Twitter account? So my Twitter account is this right here, which is Twitter/Bucky_Roberts. A couple other people do have some Twitter accounts for the New Boston. I believe one is, so you would actually have to check with Christy since she is leading our design and marketing. But that is my personal one that I've been using as the official one. Dave Love says, seems like this project will be done by the end of the week. Pretty, that's funny. Hey, maybe you're right. It's really cool to see this process. It's really cool to be part of this community and be part of this process. All right, add a link to Discord so it doesn't expire. So let's check this out. Got it checked out. Boom, roasted, PBJ toasted. All right, so the README, first of all, let's update the README. Slack, Reddit, Facebook, Discord. What order do we put these in? I feel like Discord should be right under Slack. Since the website is what people need most often, and then Slack is people go to join. Discord and Slack belong together. Should we just alphabetize everything straight up? I actually got this little plugin of sort lines. Yeah, that seems good. Maybe I should just say website. No, website's a little bit too vague. thenewboston.com. Oh, I got it. Tough decisions, but everything needs to be perfect. So you got to start out with thenewboston.com, and then everything else is just alphabetized. Beautiful, simple. All right, so this is good. I can mark this as viewed. Logos Discord. So I believe this is what he was talking about, where source adds his logo Discord, adds his logos Discord. And okay, so we got that white logo where every other one is not white. So you see the issue with that. Gonna need to update that. Okay, source components footer. So this is another ordering issue as well. Yeah, so this is fine because this is fine because nothing is alphabetical. Yeah, and here wait, does that use that same logo? So source components footer index. So source components footer index. And then the change was on line 88. So let's see what's going on here. So for each of these social medias, yada yada, there you go. So you're going to iterate through each of these and plug them into a social media icon component, passing in the website, which is essentially just the name of it. So social media component, what are you doing? All right, so you are essentially just a link with an icon link, more or less, and then you go to wherever these are. Now for the icon, do you pass that in as well? It looks like not. So for the icon, essentially, it looks like we have an icon scoped to each website. So I have Discord. And do they have a Discord icon? I had no idea. Does material design just have a Discord icon? I mean, apparently, right? If I just saw one. All right, we're at Discord. Why does this take so long, Serge? Oh, now I got to do it again. Now I got to search for something different, like Discord, and now Discord. All right, that's pretty cool. All right, so that is a legit icon. And let's see what else. So this looks good. This looks good. Make sure everything's alphabetical order. Discord. Yep. And then let's see, source component marketing button index. So this is probably going to refer to the join the community. And all right. So that's an interesting thing. Join the community on Discord to chat. I wonder why this isn't appearing as wide as the others. So let's dig into that. So I guess there are two issues that we need to solve. One, it isn't appearing as wide as the other ones. And another thing is it looks like it's just using that logo rather than a graphic from the design team. So see if we can fix this set of issues. So source components marketing button. Let's first of all clean these out. So source components marketing button index. All right. So for logos, you got the Discord logo. Okay, that's interesting as well because it's apparently not using. So we have a Discord logo, but it isn't using it. Also, wait, what are these logos used for then? What's going on? Okay, let's dive a little bit deeper. So in index, you have each of these things in a marketing button. So this looks fine. I guess that these just aren't marketing buttons. So if I go over to components, select it, select any of these, you're going to see, okay, so this is a marketing card, not a marketing button. Now for the marketing button, let me just double check before and see where these are used. So marketing button is used on, this is just exporting it, opening details, okay? And that would be these. So on the openings, whenever you click one of these, you can see that, actually, let me bring up another one. So these would be the marketing buttons. However, we don't have any openings, I believe, that you would need to reach out to someone on Discord for. So with that being said, let's go back here. And given that these are marketing cards, okay, so those are good. And then a marketing card is, okay, so this is when we get into the other stuff. So marketing button, this is good. Even though we aren't using it, it's good to standardize it just in case you ever do. Marketing button, Discord logo, that one looked good as well. And then source component, marketing card index, Discord. Okay, so I believe All right. All right. A couple things here. So on the marketing card, which are these, we first need a colored logo rather than the white logo. So let's just get that done out of the way first. So marketing card, whenever we have Discord logo, what it refers to is this. However, all the other ones are colored. So are each of these 64 by 64? Yes, they are. So let's change that. And how am I going to get this? All right, so let me message Christy for that. All right, so that's one thing that we know that we have to do. And then let's go to these opening details as well. So source containers, opening details. And then this is in index, la la la. Okay. So this is interesting as well. Huh. All right. So usually, so these custom links right here are for if there's a differentiation in the opening. For example, you know how it says, let me give you an example. So join the community, and then we have all our social media listed here. And then we have a link to like Reddit, the New Boston, it's like the subreddit. And then also, yeah, like LinkedIn, where we have our the New Boston LinkedIn. But since you can't private message people on that, then I had to override it and give it a LinkedIn to my or a link to my personal LinkedIn. And this is just instead of taking them directly to the subreddit, that it takes them to the messaging section as well, so they can leave a message if they're interested in opening. However, with this Discord link, I don't know if they needed to explicitly type this in. So this Discord link, it ends in GG and then VSY. So let's check something out. So VSY. So Slack, Discord, custom links. One second. All right, so here we go. So yeah, this is the main logic where you say whenever you have a link in the marketing button, you're essentially going to look for if there is a custom link. And let me see where that was. Might a lot. All right. So if there is a custom link, like in the case of LinkedIn or Reddit, then use those. But if not, then just use the regular social media URL. So let's go over to the social media URL and we can see that Discord. This is interesting. All right, what's going on here? So for Discord, you have a custom URL of ggvsy, but in this regular social media URL, you have another one, but I don't understand why they would be different. Does anyone from the community that's also on Discord know the difference between these two URLs? Let me see if he actually commented anything about this. Add a link to Discord that doesn't expire. I thought that original one didn't expire. And someone else said there's a typo in the Reddit link. But where? Is it this link? Let's see. So that one one looks good. Let's see the other one. That one's good too. All right, so it looks like this is still in progress and they're just working on it. So don't really need to do anything for the time being. I do want to leave a comment on here though, referencing the two different links. So one is the one that he added. So let me do this. In files changed, this was in openings, opening detail index. So openings, opening detail index, I'll say, all right. So we got this link, and then the other one that we want to reference is in source utils social media TS. So what I'm going to do is plop this open. So source utils social media TS, and I say, oh, wait a minute. So this link isn't even in there yet. Huh. Okay. So added both of these links. So this PR adds two Discord links, but they're both different. The mystery continues. So source util social media TS. So I can do this if that's the case. So if I go to view file, open a new tab, then I should be able to get a link to this. And then this one ends in SYX. And then up here, I'll say something like, I don't want to say that because I would say, is this supposed to be different? Yes or no? I still don't really understand. So let me say, I noticed this is different than the other URL here. Yes, here. Let me just make sure that if and just want to make sure as well he didn't mention it. All right, I noticed this URL is different than this one. Should one of these be used over the other? And I'll just add that comment. And then James already left a comment about the white graphic. Should be alphabetical order. That's fixed. That's fixed. And let me see something else. All right, looks like those two issues are noted down. The only other thing I want to mention is this, that it's a different size. So I actually have this little plugin where it takes a screenshot of your page and then you can download it. It's pretty cool since I always like getting screenshots. And another cool thing is that if you have a scroll, then it automatically scrolls through the entire page height and takes a screenshot of the entire thing. So it's just pretty cool. All right. And let me just leave a little comment on here. Make sure this is the right one. Quick look, looking good. And I'll say, what is this component called? Marketing card. Is slightly, oh, can't even think right now. What's the opposite of wide? Thinner, narrow, slightly. So comment that. All right. So other than the fact that this Discord, so we got the link issue to figure out, and then we have the white logo, and then it's just a little bit too narrow, but other than that, should be good to go. And then with that, let me revert any of these changes. Roll back, development. All right, 1 hour to my meeting. All right. Well, full page was the plugin. Actually, was that it? Yep, go full page. Probably should have mentioned that. Okay, I see something like a all-nighter, a Bucky. Everyone asking about the Surviving the Wilderness with a friend. So those should still be up there. If you just type in Surviving the Wilderness, I believe they're still up, unless they got taken down for some reason. All right, adding Discord, add a white logo. What is this? Okay, add a white logo from Leela. Include an option to download the white version of the logo. And let's see what this Figma design is going to look like. I would like to work on this. I'll do PR before the 7th of September. Question. Okay, marketing. Okay. So we needed to add some assets to the marketing repo and then display this. But okay. So let's check this out. So we have assets, and these are just different assets you can download. The new Boston logo.zip and the watermark, just some different things for, marketing, for designers, so on and so forth. And we also want to include a white version of the logo. So that's what this is. However, we need to add this to the marketing repo. So I actually may need some more changes here. But first, let me look at this PR. So what we did is essentially style it, and then we linked it to this. Okay, let's just check it out and start digging in that way. So Leela has a branch called Leela that we can check out. So in my old pull request, let me make sure I don't have any hanging branches. So in my pull request, let's check out Leela's branch. Check it out. Got this branch name Leela. And let's first of all update this. And actually, whenever there are new files, I just always like to restart my dev server because sometimes it gets a little confused. Okay, so starting dev server. Actually, let me see if payments got sent out today. There we go. Got my payment. Very cool. All right. First of all, let's go ahead and revert this for the 5,000th time. And get roll back. I'm going to roll it back. Okay. Ooh, that looks pretty cool. Nice, looking good. Now let's go ahead and test it. Even better. Downloads and everything. So this downloads and it looks white. All right, looking nice, mate. Okay, so that's all working. Now let's see this convo. So this fixes issue, which is this issue. And let's just make sure all the specs are met. Include a link to download this, and this is the file. All right, so now it's a link to website files. So we don't really want to link to this directly. So we'll merge this in after this is merged. So what we actually do is we keep all our assets in the marketing repo. So this is the real one that we want to link to, since it's like our single source of truth for this kind of content. So what did James say? So just a suggestion, add a new property, light or dark, to each asset. Good suggestion. To account for future assets that may have light colors. Yep, I like this suggestion. Not too sure about this though. Let's see what the leads think about it. All right, so this is merged. So now let's go ahead and just look at the copy. All righty, so, that's another interesting thing. Okay, so she just, it appears, referenced it right in assets. Okay, this may be good actually. All right, so first thing I want to do is just go to assets images, watermark white. So assets images, watermark. So we have watermark and then watermark white. Looking nice. I actually really like this logo. A little bit biased, but so this is our watermark. This is watermark white. Just pings. Doesn't really matter that they're formatted differently. And all right, so this one's good. Source containers, assets, CSS. Source containers, assets, assets.css. And okay, let's just do a little bit of cleaning. So there should be a blank line right there. Card wrapper. Also blank line right here. And let's just see. Let me prettier that up. And okay, so on Couture Assets download button has a 1 pixel solid white border. 1 pixel solid white border. Okay. That looks good. Very cool. Very cool. Now, what else do we got? All right. So this is interesting as well. I noticed that. I'm not sure what they want to do about this. So this one doesn't have the text, the file name. npm run stylelint for all right, didn't know that. So James says we have now npm run stylelint. npm run stylelint. Wow, that was a very fast script. Oh, mama. Okay. Beautiful. All right. So in this one, I don't see the file names, but for some reason we have the file names here. I don't know if that was part of this update or not. I don't see anything in the ticket. All right. So Chrissy just needed help adding that to the marketing. And all right. So let's just standardize things. So download button, border, that looks good. Source containers assets index. So source containers assets index. Okay, so it looks like what we are doing is we are keeping all of our main assets in this local. So this logo, word mark, and then this one as well, which is cool. Goes out to the right. All right. What is this? All right. What else do we got here? All right. So we got our marketing repo. Looking good. Looking good. And we got subtext. Yeah, the subtext, all right. Well, the subtext wasn't added in this, so I assume that they just want to roll with it. Now, what is James saying? So we should add new property color light or color dark to each asset is to account for features, and the class name there should be like that. This is on source containers assets index. Okay. So let's see. So each of these assets. So this is interesting as well. So for each of these assets, he's suggesting we add a property, color light, color dark. This might make sense, actually. You may want to do that now. Because if not, how did we know that that one was supposed to have a dark background? All right. So for this, okay, I see what's going on here. So right now we have it where this is giving this class to all assets, and then we are conditionally adding underscore white if the asset subtext equals this item specifically. However, what we could do, yeah, I like a James suggestion. So let's do a background color, and we'll do light and dark. So maybe something like this. Background color. Background, and let's go to this and change the typings for this as well. Background color can either be dark or light, and then this is light, so this is good. Actually, the background color here is light, the background color here is light, and the background color here should be dark. All right, so now we can say something like this. Instead of iterating through each of these assets and adding the white flag, which we also probably want to change that, based on the subtext, we can say, look at the background color, and if this equals, what is this? So this is white. Okay, the wrapper white. So if the background is equal to dark, let me just see what's going on here real quick. All right, and then let me just test to make sure that these changes got picked up by doing the opposite of it. All right, so the opposite works as well. So dark. Now, card wrapper, white. Now we can probably change this as well. So let me just find white and I'll say, all right. So for the card wrapper, I don't want to say white because it makes it seem like the background is white. Also, the card wrapper refers to the entire container. So let's say, so this is BEM. So this is the modifier. We can just say something like dark background. Yeah, we can just say dark. Wrapper dark. I think that makes sense. What do you think, James? Pepsi Boy Productions, what up? All right, this is looking pretty good. All right, so light, and we just did it the opposite, where instead of white and light, we just unified this to dark and dark, just because it reflects the card wrapper, which is the overall thing, instead of white, which is just text on it. All right, so this is good, and then yeah, this as well. All right, so that looks good, and then word mark. Got approval by James in the chat. All right, we run prettier, and then style lint. And let me actually look at this command. So I'm not 100% sure what it does. All right, so style lint does style lint on all CSS files and also fix them. And then style lint, I assume that we have this settings. Ah, very cool. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay. Now, last but not least, all right, so we got that done. And now let me just do npm run lint. And what I always like to do is just go to my console and then refresh whatever this page is, just to make sure that there's no errors that I didn't pick up. And one last time, let's download it, like to triple check everything. Downloading, looks good. All right, we are rocking. Although I kind of do like this color background. Yeah. Why are we using two different ones? Let me see. That's interesting. So in the background color primary, that is interesting. So apparently we have a different background color for this than we do here. Well, that's what design wanted. That's what they wanted. Christy is a much better designer than I am, so it should be good. All right, now let me just run through these comments one more time to make sure that we didn't miss anything. So you fixed the issue. This should be merged after this is merged, which it was. Check on that. Just a suggestion. Light and dark to pass it in easier. I agree. And this is merged, and we should be good to go. Let me just push these changes up. And let's see. So just some cleaning there. Naming conventions look good. Make sure those are all standardized. Typing is updated. Compares if it's dark. Okay, you essentially add the dark CSS class if the background color is supposed to be dark. Makes sense to me. That was the additional typings needed, and boom, roasted, peanut butter toasted. Let's send this up. Uh-oh, I saw float in there somewhere. Download, but oh, okay. Float right, that's fine. Push that up. Anytime I see a float in CSS, I'm a little bit weary, but yeah, that button was just floating to the right. So merge branch in, let it lint, and then we should be good to go. Man, we ripped through these PRs today. Fix download button concatenation. Okay, got a new one from Sir Dave Judd. Might also want a gray option. Another thing that I want to mention is if you guys do have any suggestions for the website from a design perspective, then make sure to leave them in the design repo. So if you go to GitHub, then in the design repo right here, then you can see a whole slew of issues. And this is just because so all of those changes have to go through design, and it's just a faster way. If you leave them in the website repo, then we essentially just have to move it over to the design repo anyway. So Chrissy and the design team can review it. So it's just a little shortcut to get your suggestions in there a little bit faster. But now let's go back here and wait for this. And all right. All right, James, looks good to me. That's what we were waiting for. And now let's merge this baby in. Point to dev, squash and merge. All right, beautiful, beautiful. And I'm vibing. Oh. Yeah, I wonder if my Twitch hidden stream has 2 viewers yet. That'd be cool. Nope, just one, just me. I saw a comment though. My first Twitch comment. Yeah, baby. All right. Now let's clean it up. Clean it up. Clean it up. All right. And actually, let me make sure this was merged. So fixes issue this. Yeah, this was assets. And I probably shouldn't. Wait a minute. I did merge this in, right? Yes, merge. And then this. Okay, this is merged too, but for some reason it. Okay, so fixes the issue. Yeah, the keyword was just slightly off. I think you have to do fix and then right after it, put the issue number, or fixes and right after it. But I think that since she had these keywords, or not keywords, these words in between, that it didn't pick it up. So we just have to go and close this manually. And then I just want to go to projects just to make sure that it got picked up, to make sure that she gets paid. And then let's see what's done. So, yep, here we go. So it's in done, and then payment team can come in, pick this up, and then pay her 500 coins for helping out. Then we should be good to go. So now I believe this is the last one. Adding Discord still being worked on. Fix download button concatenation. Let's see what's going on with this. All right, fix button concatenation using template literal. So Hershian said that there's an issue with download button strange behavior. Okay. So to reproduce, go to thenewboston.com/download. Done. And let me move out of this real quick. Actually, don't even need this. All right, so download, refresh the page. Let me just do that. Every refresh page, you notice that text and 2 buttons. Okay, let me make sure my zoom is pumped up. All right, let me get 100 zoom. All right, so refresh your page. You'll notice that the text in the button is 2 rows instead of 1. Click the button text, and the text will go in line 1, but I have the wrong alignment. Download for Mac. This is interesting. Why is he getting something different? Do any of you guys get this UI whenever you go to thenewboston.com/downloads? Or when you follow this, where let me try it on the actual live environment as well. So go to thenewboston.com/download, refresh, and then he was seeing 2 lines of text here. The button usually should be consistent. Actual behavior button text is in 1 row initially and it looks good. After your page reloads, the button. This is weird as well, that when you go to the page the first time, it wasn't changing, but then you had to reload the page, which makes me believe that maybe there's some CSS scoping issue that when you refresh a page, that old CSS file doesn't get picked up. This is interesting. Big Sur Safari. That's what I'm rocking too. Oh, Safari. Okay. Let's get this Safari action going on. thenewboston.com. Download. All right. Download this. Then I'm going to refresh. Fascinating. Okay, never use Safari really. So how do I inspect element? Okay. How do I inspect you? Anyone know how to inspect element in Safari? Window. All right, Windows 10 is not doing it. All right, I'm not even going to search for Safari. Need to enable developers option first. And how would I do that? So to do so, open Safari browser, click on Safari preferences. And then I might do this by advanced. Wow, what a pain. All right, advanced, and then show develop menu and menu bar. Advanced, show who. Where you at, thing? Where you at? Okay, click on advanced and check show develop menu in menu bar. Oh, it's at the bottom right there. Show develop menu in menu bar. Okay. There we go. Thank you. Shirais. All right. Now we get to debug. So let's go ahead and inspect this and see what's up at first. So we got a regular download button. And let's pop this over. All right, download button, flex, everything is good. Now let me see what changes whenever you refresh. So it's button primary, download button, and button contain. So this is primary, download button, and contain. Whoa. We got a fun one on our hands. Okay. So let's figure out this first and foremost. Okay, so this looks kind of funky, how this button is stretching outside of its container. Okay, we got a fun one on our hands. So downloads, inspect element. So what is going on here? So this is interesting. Maybe the order in which elements are rendered, erratic behavior. All right, let's check this. So this has nothing to do with anything. So you got tab panel, download link, and then download with all of these. And this link is coming from core CSS. All right, we're just going to go element by element. Oh, man, Safari, I hate you already. Okay. A download link, and you have color text decoration none, and it's border box transparent. Now, if reload, does anything change? And you know what would actually be better than me doing this? So if I slide this bad boy over and then I go to download and then I inspect this, and then once I have this download and then once I have this one, then I can easily toggle back and compare. All right, so I'm actually looking at the bottom here to see if I can notice any differences in CSS, but check it out. Nothing at all is changing. Let me expand the button and see if there's anything I notice. Even the div within the button. This is just a little visual diff. Wow, nothing at all is changing. Okay, I am officially perplexed. Yes, me too. This is going to be another 30-minute debug. All right. So let's see what we got here. We got a link here. I am seeing no different whatsoever. Okay. So this is a riddle for all of us. If you have two pieces of code that are completely identical and the output is different, what do you do? Huh. Okay, let's hop down to the button and see if anything is observed. Okay, button scroll up. All right, so I have the button selected. Now, my heart would tell me that as I toggle between this one, which is the normal view, and this one, which is the wonky view, that something should be different with the CSS. However, nothing is different with the CSS. So let's go with the icon. And then we'll get deep into things. So here's the icon, download icon. Here's this icon, download icon. Same. Okay, well, this SVG ain't changing. Okay. So, all right, Bucky, you got a nice one here. All right. Gamer nerd. Class begins in 15. Man. Oh, I forgot. Different time zones. Hold on. I'll check these texts later. Got more important things on my mind. Okay, let's just see straight up the CSS. So we have a button here, and the button has, okay, it has a margin top. So the button has display flex, margin top, vertical height, and then I don't see anything too fancy about this that will cause issues. Align item center. And then what's going on with this actually? Download for Mac is like 3 different lines. Okay, I think I might be on to something here. Okay, let's try something out. And second, was that on? Okay, so this was the thenewboston.com. Let's also move over here because what we can do is, since we're on local, we're just going to change these to local host. The first one is this, where you go and you go to the download section, and when you go to it from another page, that appears to be okay. However, when you go to the download and then you refresh it, then it's not okay. So this is actually a good thing that we got the expected behavior on localhost, because that means we can debug. Now let me go ahead and inspect this element and inspect this one too. All right, so we got our button right here, and if we expand the button, we see download for Mac. That's interesting. All right, so download for Mac, and let me check this out. Hmm. I don't see how that would matter. It's quite interesting. Okay, so anyways, let's hop over to it. So Sir Dave development, and we got a PR. Make sure my dev branch is synced up. And okay, what do we got? Back to list. Sir, where you at? Oh, because you just submitted this? Actually, I don't even know how to refresh. So VCS. Get view pull request. Did I just lose my pull request window? Get, I don't want that. VCS, get view pull request, and do I got origin in here? Here we go. So what we got is Sir Dave. We can check this out in development. I would say download button. All right, so we check that out, and the file is source containers download. So source containers download. All right, and he fixed line number 145, which is this right here. So this was the fix rather than this. So he essentially took this part of it, which wasn't wrapped in these curly braces, and then he wrapped them in it, but still not sure how that would have fixed it. Well, first, let's see if it did. So what's the first method that you go to? So let me go ahead and reboot this just to make sure we're starting out fresh. Now, you don't need to do this locally because the issue is on Safari. So let me wait till that gets done building. And actually, let me make sure my webcam, make sure I look beautiful, you know. All right, starting that bad boy up. Font size 100. That's another thing I want to make sure of. How do I even see font size? Come on, Safari. Safari's such a tomato can. Zoom. Like, come on. How do I know what font size I'm at? Sorry. No wonder no one uses this for development. Okay. So download button. And actually, let me just see a font size. Oh, okay. So this is, oh, wait, this is even more confusing though. So I can see how font size would be the issue, but not in conjunction with going to it from another link versus you already on the page and going to it then. Okay, now I got to figure out how to get to 100% zoom on Safari. So apparently they made this as hard as possible. Not even going to search Safari for it. Okay. What is this? Oh my God. Whole tutorial for it. Oh man. Okay. I don't have time for read all this. Okay. Safari preferences, websites, zoom. Oh, thanks for making it easy. Page zoom? All right, 100%. Wow. Okay, thanks Safari for making that so easy. All right, so what do we got here? So whenever we refresh this page, all right, so wait, this was on localhost actually, and this is with the new branch checked out, so it didn't matter. So this, yeah, so this doesn't actually change anything. Okay, so what I was actually thinking is if instead of that, then we would have this essentially reverting that original one. But this wouldn't fix it either, but it can lead into something else. Right now, when we reload this, okay, still get that issue. And if you go this, download, all right, that looks fine. So what I was thinking, if we stick this in a span, wait for this to reload. All right, so now refresh and let's see, reload page. Okay, did not do anything. This is, all right, so now we got things a little bit more structured where we got a span. And actually, let me see this. Oh my God, this is the most annoying thing in the world. Huh. Okay, so 138 is a span on this. And then here, wait a minute. Okay. So the span on this, which wraps the text, is 138. And the text itself, if we look computed, the font size is 16. Now, the span on this is 138, and computed, the font size is 16. So why, if you have the exact same width span with the exact same font size inside, that it would be different? So it says 137.5, and this is 137.5. Okay, let's look at these properties. So box model. This is interesting as well. So you see my, okay, so this is span, and this is span. However, when I look at both the properties of this, I'm ending up with different properties. So this is font size, font style, variant caps. And this span has border box applied to it. Is this a different font family? Oh, no. I was just looking at the properties incorrectly. Okay, so we got something different here, and that is the height. So you see height 18 pixels, and this one is height 36. Now the question is, on this, why do you get height 18 when you navigate to it directly, but then on this one, when you refresh the page, you get height 36? Let's see if anyone else figured it out. All right, James says, if you add a character into the string, magically the bug disappears. Okay, so more mysteries. And also, I only got 17 minutes to figure this out. And by I mean we have 17 minutes to figure this out. Or at least I'm not going to be able to pay attention during that meeting. Just going to be thinking about these 18 pixels driving me insane the entire meeting. Might be the line ending. So that's what I thought too, but wrapping it in the spam usually takes care of those spacing issues. This one thing I can't figure out is this. Wait a minute. Okay. So I thought something was setting the height explicitly, but I don't think that's the case. I just think, yeah, like I thought another CSS file was being pulled over and it was scoped incorrectly. But now I see that the height is just different because you have 2 lines of text. But why does this wrap? Okay. So this is display flex, align center, margin top. Why does it have padding on the right? So padding, so this padding? So this tab panels does nothing. And then this flex is just, I mean, we could just do white space, no wrap on this. I'm pretty sure everything's going to be good. So white space, no wrap. I hate doing this kind of stuff because I still don't understand why. Like when you refresh a page. Yeah, another thing that we could do is okay, so I see that we need to display it as flex. Okay, this. Maybe it's just a Safari thing where if you don't explicitly say white space, then it tries to flex to its environment. Although that doesn't really make sense either. That I just don't understand how the previous page, whether you're on the home page before or whether you refresh it so there was no previous page, has any impact on the width of this layout. Since either way, according to the browser, you're going to a brand new page. I mean, I guess we can just roll with white space, no wrap, eh? All right, let me make sure this is good. All right, so here, let's do this. So download button, where you at? And also, what change did I do earlier? So git rollback. So yeah, I like this better anyways, just having it in the span, especially since you're flexing it, shifting things around. Now download button, merge job. And what did I put that on? So download button. This would be let me just see this. So tab panel download button. Let me see if there's anything funny in here. All right, say let's do a little stress test. Not a stress test. Okay, let me reload this. And all right, reload is good. Now let's go to the home page and reload this. And then here we can go download button. That's good too. One last time, reload. All right, that's good. So the bug is fixed. However, the mystery is not solved. But I suppose either way, it's better to be explicit on what you want your exact behavior for the button to be. That's interesting. Anyone have any clues? Oh, this keyboard noise is too much? All right. So let me push this up. This Hreshian. Using template literal, it only outputs a single string. Cannot duplicate the issue, but I believe it will prevent it. All right, so let me push this up. All right, so we got this twerking and working. And let me do this. So npm merge bottom. Do we care about condensing those? Nah, those are good for now. Let me just do npm remnant. All right, so the bug is fixed. Come on, get on my dock. Option, remove from dock. There we go. And it's good. White space, no wrap. So the text was wrapping, now it ain't, and everything looks good. All right, so Sir Dave. Merge this in on his branch since. All right. And it got approved by James. I love this live code. Things get approved so quickly. All righty. There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Thing looks good. Squash and moisten in. All right. No branches because it was a PR. And let's make sure that this is closed as well. So this is, okay, link to this PR, then we can close it. And then that's closed. That's going to be ready to be 500. Thank you, Dave, for helping out. And let's see, man, I got my meeting soon. Adding Discord. This wasn't updated already, was it? No, no changes yet. All right, that was a nice little sesh. 4 PRs left open. So what I'm going to actually do is, all right. So let's get everything synced up, clean up, and then I got to shut down and have my little meeting. Maybe I'll be on after. I don't know. Also, if any of you have any suggestions for the stream, anything like my audio is bad or my text was too small or my background is really dumb and it only has an elephant and plants and I shouldn't steal decorations from other parts of my apartment and pretend that they were always there when they're clearly not. Anything like that, then let me know. Also, I will be paying more attention to the stream here. I just had a lot of PRs to review today. So let's see. Text is too small. Okay. I'll bump up my text next time. Why did I switch to Mac? I switched to Mac because it is a Unix-based environment, and we were using Linux on all our production servers, so it's just a lot easier environment to develop on. Text is too small. Text is too small. Okay. Noted. Have you burnt out yet in this project? No, I don't think I'm ever gonna burn out in this project. I'm not building this project for me, building it for a bigger reason. So it's gonna be hard to burn out. I mean, there are gonna be days where, after 14 hours of programming, just don't feel like programming anymore. But especially this type of project, I enjoy working on it. It's not like work where I have to do it and then the next day I'm like, getting kind of burnt out. But I mean, even this, I like streaming. I like hanging out with you guys. I like this community. I even like the little meetings, and I don't like meetings, but getting to build something else that no one else has ever built and trying to solve one of the biggest problems there is out there, got a lot of fuel left. Loops and loops a little bit more. Yes. So I see it. I see a lot of questions coming in. If you have any other questions, then whenever the stream gets uploaded, can you actually leave a comment on the video itself rather than like the little chat? Because that way I can go back and review them all and just hear your guys' feedback. I like all the positive feedback for sure, but the thing that helps most is actually just critiques. Like text is too small, the audio wasn't good, anything that I can improve. Then I really like to go through and see how I can make it better. So for now, I got to go pee real quick and then hop into the other meeting. But yeah, thank you guys. Hopefully you enjoyed this stream, and I will see you next time I stream. Peace.